Pasadena City College Board of Trustees, please come to order.
We'll go back to her on that.
Roll call.
Dr. Fellow,
Here.
Ms. Brown, Ms. Waugh,
Here.
Dr. Mann,
Present.
Mr. Martin,
Here.
Dr. Selvage,
Here.
Mr. Thompson,
Here.
Mr. Lewis.
Present.
Thank you. Dr. Mann, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Certainly.
And I believe we only have to say it once, not twice today.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Mann. Okay, we're going to begin today with Modern Think, dealing with the campus climate.
They're under academic and some research and just
Good afternoon. My name is Rich Boyer. I'm a partner at the firm Modern Think, which was the firm that was engaged to administer the campus climate survey here at Pasadena City College. The survey was administered in the spring. I have been on campus on 2 different occasions since to provide presentations regarding key findings. The first of those meetings were in July, where I believe I had occasion to meet several board members. Happy to be here again with you all. I understand a high-level executive summary was also presented September 13th at the board retreat. My intention here today is to re-engage you all with the survey results, particularly given the presentation that will follow this presentation, with a particular focus on 4 areas, 4 key findings that I think are particularly relevant given some of the work that the board is focused on moving forward. I have a 16-slide deck presentation that I'll move through. I welcome questions at any point, and I expect that we'll have sufficient time for questions and answers after I get through the presentation. Having said that, I welcome any comments or questions. If there's particular questions that board members might have or areas they'd like me to focus on in the course of the presentation, I welcome that input or feedback now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think what I'd like to do is start with the executive summary. There's 2 slides. I recognize it's text heavy. I'm obviously not going to read through these, but I do want to talk about this. These 2 slides essentially capture 95% of what I would characterize as the major findings in this survey. One of the things that distinguishes the culture at Pasadena City College is the tremendous relationship that exists here. There is both high regard for colleagues, both among faculty and staff, as well as high regard for the pride in being a member of this college. More so than many institutions we have occasion to work with, there's a tremendously strong direct connection, both on the part of faculty and staff, to the impact of the work here on students and the difference it makes in the lives of students. On the whole, we would suggest that faculty and staff report high degrees of job fit. You'll hear me talk about this construct of engagement, faculty and staff engagement. It's related to the quality of the workforce experience, the data experience, and organization culture. One of the drivers of engagement is job fit, or job satisfaction. And we see relatively high degrees of job fit, particularly among faculty. There's appreciation for the flexibility they have and the autonomy that they have. That finding was less prevalent among staff, but acute among faculty. The good relationship extends not just in terms of colleagues, but also to one's immediate supervisor. And one of the things that we saw, despite the strength of the reported relationships with immediate supervisors, both on the academic side of the house as well as classified side of the house, we saw in many different questions, as well as in responses to the open-ended questions, comments that suggest there's a need for greater consistency and enhanced managerial leadership skills, specifically regarding those skills and those competencies regarding performance management and accountability. So while there was strong relationship with immediate supervisors and managers, there was a sense that we need to shore up the leadership competencies and the day-to-day managerial skills of those. That same sense of relationship that I've alluded to twice already primarily plays out within the work group or department level. The strength of that camaraderie does not consistently translate to strong cross-functional collaboration or a sense of alignment across the college. It was a little bit of an unusual finding given the strength of the relationship at the work group level, that it didn't extend beyond that more. There is certainly an understanding among both faculty and staff of the challenges that Pasadena City College has faced in terms of transition in leadership, as well as those related to financial stability and resources. I think there's also understanding that those challenges are not unique to Pasadena City College. And despite the understanding of that, there is still, at this point in time in the administration of the survey, we would characterize frustration with resources, staffing, and workloads that were largely a function of those challenges. Compounding the frustration with the resources was the fact that many faculty and staff felt like the college lacked a clear strategic direction. And if there was one, that it was not one that they were well tuned into or aware of. One of the pieces that I'll spend a fair bit of time on here in my presentation is talking about leadership. For purposes of this survey, we defined leadership. It's a term that's used in a number of the different statements. And senior leadership was defined as, refers to the most senior members of the institution, the president, senior vice president, and board of trustees. So as we talk about senior leadership, that's the context with which we ask people to respond to the questions. There were what we would suggest are varying degrees of confidence in the capabilities and credibility of leaders and managers across the college that extended to the highest levels of leadership, including the board. For many, there was a sense that senior leadership there was a lack of connection to and a lack of understanding on the behalf of senior leadership about the work of the day-to-day running of the organization and the work that faculty and staff do. Similarly, there was not just a lack of connection, but a sense that many of the relationships between administration and faculty, relationships between the administration and the board, that in some cases were strained, and in some cases even beyond strained, and what we would characterize as adversarial. That was a theme that was certainly reflected in the responses to the open-ended questions. One of the contributing factors in terms of that experience of senior leadership was the belief, again, among faculty and staff, that organizational changes have not been made or were not made in a consultative or collaborative manner, and that the shared governance model was not appropriately followed for many of the decisions. Which, in terms of shared governance, certainly that's one very specific form of collaboration. The collaboration is informed by the quality of the communication, and a pain point for faculty and staff across the college was the quality of communication. Over and over, we see respondents speaking to the fact that they would benefit from additional transparency in terms of communication with administration and even from the board, as well as more opportunity to participate in the conversations, dialogue as opposed to simply having messages shared with them. Fairness concerns showed up in terms of the resources. They show up in a couple different ways. Fairness regarding the compensation, the resources, as well as performance and management accountability. We'll talk a little bit more about those, but for our purposes today, I'd like to primarily focus on the senior leadership statements, the communication statements, the collaboration statements, and the shared governance. I won't say acute, but a finding which was stronger with staff was the need for additional training, including onboarding and orientation processes, as well as more opportunities for professional development, as well as career opportunities, whether that be within the college or as a function of their experience with the college. First to the several slides I'd like to share where we have some specific statements, and we'll look at a similar construct on this. The number to the left of this is the sequence of the statement in which it appears in the survey, followed by the statement itself. Here we're looking at what we would characterize as positive response. We used a 5-point agreement scale, which we asked respondents to complete the survey. We collapsed the strongly agree and agree responses, two most favorable responses, and characterized that as a positive response. So often referred to as a top 2 box or top box analysis. Here we see the results to these 5 key statements broken down by overall, as well as by our job categories, administration, faculty, and classified staff. I think one of the opportunities for me that stands out is Statement 59, PCC's culture is special, something you don't find just anywhere. Clearly, this is an institution that has played a significant role in the community for a number of years. There's a tremendous sense of pride in being affiliated with this. And certainly over the last 3 or 4 years, and we do have survey data from Pasadena City College from a 2011 survey that we administered, we've seen that sense of pride and that sense of connection to each other and a high degree of morale erode a little bit. I've had occasion as a function of our work at Modern Think to work with and see data sets of over 1,000 different colleges and universities. And in my mind, it is clear that there is a special and unique culture. It's an interesting finding here that faculty and staff don't necessarily share that experience, that there is a special and unique culture that they share and that bonds the community together. Statement 65, and we'll also talk about these statements here in presentation following around how this data can be used to inform the accreditation processes and self-studies. Statement 65 is an important statement towards that end. I believe PCC is accomplishing its mission, and while the administration had a 62% positive response is a decent finding, it's certainly not distinguishing itself among the best places that we see. 26 and 31% positive responses among faculty and classified staff warrant further attention. I do want to refer to statements 25 and 65, or 60 rather. This survey is designed to help us understand on a continuum the quality of the workplace experience. Are you a lousy place to work? Are you a good place to work? Or a great place to work? There's a number of different constructs within the survey instrument. One of the things that we look at is the experience at the work group level. You get a sense of that in statement 25, the first statement on the slide. Overall, my department is a good place to work. Much more positive response, stronger positive response on this statement than when we contrast it to a larger frame of reference on statement 60. All things considered, this is a great place to work. Much of what is impacting that experience of the organization as a whole is a function of the topics we're going to talk about today in terms of communication, collaboration, and shared governance. Strengths. One of the things that we see great workplaces do, whether it be in higher ed or other industries, is make sure that there is a common understanding of what's not just special and unique about the culture, but what the strengths of the culture today. And while this is not, according to the benchmark data that we have, this today is not an institution that we would characterize as a great place to work. Nonetheless, there are some core strengths of the culture in this institution. Among those, this tremendous sense of job fit, which we've alluded to already, the connection to mission, the appreciation for benefits, the relationship with one's supervisor, again, we've referred to, and the commitment to diversity. When we look at the diversity statements on the survey, on the whole, we see some of the more positive responses there. And there is also a number of responses in the open-ended comments that suggest that this is still very much a work in progress in terms of kind of creating the kind of inclusive environment that you ultimately aspire to have. Yet, nonetheless, today we've still characterized that as a relative strength given the data set as a whole. A very simple form of analysis, and one that's useful here in that is to simply to do a top 10 and bottom 10 analysis. And while we won't spend individual time on all of these statements, I do want to highlight a couple that are particularly related to an engaged workforce. We've talked about the relationship, statement 24, that faculty and staff have with their immediate supervisor. I alluded to earlier the job fit and the autonomy and flexibility folks have. We see a greater sense of that in some sense of that rather in statement 2. I'm given the responsibility and freedom to do my job. This slide, we have a little bit different construct in that the blue columns are the negative response. So we have the positive response and the negative response. In this case, the negative response would be the collapsed, strongly disagree, and disagree response options. Second half of our top 10 statements, we see strong support for work-life balance, certainly from the immediate supervisor in statement 47, statement 64 related to the diversity, which we've spoken to already, and the role in the community we see in statement 49, again, connected to the sense of mission and the pride folks have in the mission. Finally, statement 45 on our top 10 statements, rather, another statement directly related to the quality of the kind of the work environment from an inclusive perspective. So these were among the statements that we saw the highest positive response and the least negative response. On the flip side of the equation, the negative bottom 10 statements, and here I think there's some notable. Statement 58 is an important statement. There's a sense we're all on the same team at Pasadena City College. This is an important statement in that when we do our analysis on our data set, this statement is highly predictive of the quality of the workplace in terms of being a great workplace. At great workplaces, we see a greater sense of the sense that faculty and staff feel like they're all on the same page and working together. Quality of dialogue. We get a sense of that in statement 43 in terms of the quality of dialogue. Is it respectful? Do we debate respectfully in the spirit of getting better results? You'll note here that not only do we have very low positive response, but the negative response is exceptionally high. Statement 55 also gives us insight in terms of the quality of the dialogue across the organization. Notable here, 5 of the bottom 10 statements have, if not direct reference to senior leadership, reference a dynamic or competency that plays out largely with senior leadership. Statement 41, the belief that senior leadership communicates openly about important matters, a 12% positive response. Statement 62, a credibility statement, senior leadership keeps their promises, similarly at 12%. Statement 57, while it doesn't directly reference senior leadership, it's certainly indicative of the experience of the institution being well run. Similarly, statement 27, very specific statement regarding senior leadership and the clear direction. So in all cases here, positive response below 20% and high negative response. And finally, our statement 56, I believe what I'm told by senior leadership, another credibility statement. I mentioned opportunities by theme, and you all have had some exposure to the opportunities in the September 13th presentation. Those of you who were able to attend the October 1st presentation that I did with faculty and staff have seen these as well. For our purposes today, I want to focus on the 4 you see highlighted here: senior leadership, communication, collaboration, and shared governance. Senior leadership statements, some of these we've already talked about, so we won't spend a long time looking at individual statements. I think important for me to summarize here, I alluded earlier that faculty and staff both report a sense that senior leadership is a little bit disconnected, that out of touch with the day-to-day work of the institution. There also is a sense not just that senior leadership isn't communicating with faculty and staff as much as they would like, but also that they don't care about faculty and staff. There's a perception that the important issues to faculty and staff are not necessarily, at this point in time in this survey, we're not being heard by senior leadership. I think some of those collectively then impacts not just the experience of the confidence in the capabilities of senior leadership, but also in the credibility of senior leadership. One of the things I've had a chance to chat with several members of this organization, of this group here, as well as in my presentations of the data, while there was a number of direct references to the previous president, the issues related to senior leadership extend beyond any one individual. So while there has been a transition there, I think there's still important work to be done in terms of the experience of senior leadership. Second half of our senior leadership statements, so I alluded to the confidence in the capabilities of senior leadership. You get very direct insight to that in statement 32. Our senior leadership has the knowledge, skills, and experience necessary for institutional success. Important dynamic in terms of informing the capabilities and the perceived credibility of those in leadership roles is to the extent that they wish to model the values. Statement 48 gives us insight into that. Regularly modeling PC's core values, 20% positive, 54% negative, would suggest again a real opportunity there. In terms of communication, while we do see better communication at the department level, as evidenced in statements 8 and 21, when we expand the frame, and as we've seen in a couple other statements, to the quality of the dialogue across the college, we see significant drop-off. Here in statements 22 and 43, you get an example of that. I mentioned earlier that we wanted to talk about kind of a hierarchy here. And in our experience, we would suggest that communication is a key competency in terms of informing the collaboration that plays out. So when we see results like we just did on those previous communication statements, it is not surprising or unusual to see results similarly low on the collaboration statements as we see here on this slide. Statement 13 gives some insight not just into the opportunity to contribute to important decisions, but it foreshadows what we see in terms of the experience of shared governance. Similarly, when we look at statement 26, giving an experience of the cross-functional support that happens, we can see that those connections probably aren't as fluid as we would ultimately like. Shared governance, obviously a very specific form of collaboration that we see play out in higher ed. I think particularly important for me in this data set, statement 38, the role of faculty in shared governance is clearly stated and publicized. I think one of the things that's contributing to these results, not just related to shared governance, but are the differing opinions and the different understanding of what the shared governance model here is at Pasadena City College. I think potentially an opportunity to focus on is getting greater consistency and greater clarity regarding the shared governance model here as it plays out and as it manifests. I think at this point what I'd like to do, and we've lost a little bit of the formatting here. I apologize for that. In terms of what we've seen in these results, and recognizing you all have seen these results or some of the survey results in two previous presentations, I want to talk about kind of where we would suggest your energy, support, and resources are best focused given this data set at this point in time. Given the concerns around the communication, one of the best practices regarding surveys of this nature is making sure that we play the results back, that we share the results with those who we invited to participate in the survey. That process started July 15th. It continued October 1st and continues with this presentation here today. So that's an important process to continue. I think oftentimes I've seen institutions get too far down the road in terms of trying to address issues before they've actually communicated the results and had conversation to make sure there's an alignment around the understanding of what the real priorities are. So while I appreciate the rush for action, it's important to go through the process, making sure that we're communicating the results appropriately and that we're aligned in our understanding of what those results are and the subsequent priorities. Leadership is something we've talked about. We've talked about it with particular folks here on senior leadership, and the strong relationship that we also talked about here is not enough to ensure effective management and leadership at the different local levels. So we think you all will be well served by looking at ways to shore up those kind of foundational managerial and leadership competencies, ensuring that folks have the training they need, particularly as it relates to the managerial and leadership competencies related to a culture of accountability, the experience of fair treatment, coaching behaviors, and their role in ensuring smooth and effective communication. Given the frustration with the quality of the communication, it probably is worth looking at, whether it be a formal audit or even an informal audit, looking at the existing communication structures and processes and norms to determine what is working and to determine what we may need to do differently to ensure a greater sense of transparency and a greater sense of dialogue. Regarding the culture of accountability, there are a number of concerns regarding performance management processes. So this goes hand in hand, frankly, with the supervisory training, but worth paying attention to in terms of looking at the systems and processes that are related to ensuring fair treatment, that those processes are up to date, documented, and that folks are familiar with how to use those processes. In terms of senior leadership, the experience of senior leadership is yet another principal driver of an engaged workforce. That's one of the reasons we've focused on this here and given your role in that experience. So one of the recommendations what we would offer is that it is worth exploring ways to give faculty and staff a more consistent, more positive, more aligned experience of senior leadership. Senior leadership as it relates to this entity, the board, senior leadership as it relates to the president and his direct reports, and an alignment of those different leadership groups. I want to go back to the special and unique culture. Mentioned that this was a differentiating quality of great workplaces. There is, again, no doubt in my mind that there are a lot of things you all do here and that manifest here very uniquely, different than what we see at many other community colleges. There's been a great deal of work over the last 2 years in higher ed in terms of looking at branding, particularly that the institution brands itself in its efforts to student enrollment. One of the things that we're seeing in our work is increasingly kind of a similar effort related at branding towards the employment experience. Sometimes it's referred to as the employment brand, sometimes an employment contract, but creating a greater sense of consistent understanding of faculty and staff around what it means to be a member of this community, what the college expects of faculty and staff members, and what in turn they can expect of the college as an employer. So these were our high recommendations. As you saw in Dr. Corner's presentation on the 15th, there's many initiatives already in progress, and I think a plan in progress as well to dive deeper into the survey results and figure out how best to prioritize a more systemic approach to initiating specific action plans to address some of the issues that surfaced in this survey. So with that, I welcome questions.
I'll make a statement that I talked to Bob. Go ahead.
Go right ahead.
It's just talking about senior leadership, and they want a more positive experience. What I've found here, since I've been on the board, interesting, is that, presidents communicate with deans, and deans communicate with chairs, and chairs communicate with faculty. And that's how it is at all universities I've taught at. And presidents don't come and communicate with faculty constantly. They're running a 37,000 student body, and they're the PR person for the university. And it seems like the faculty love their departments, and they love the people who are part of it. But when the past presidents tried to get department chairs in order, they seem to balk at that. I don't know if they really want to speak directly to the president, which is impossible most of the time. But I find that interesting, and I don't understand it. But he might have some things to say today, because he was in a meeting about this.
Well, the reason why I was a few minutes late is I was actually meeting with the Academic Senate executive leadership, or their board, and we had a very good discussion on a number of issues, many of which you've touched upon here in the presentation. And in recent conversations, in a variety of meetings on campus over the last 60 days or so, I have repeatedly heard this notion of department chairs being raised as a possibility. And even in this meeting I was in a short while ago, there was some discussion about that. So I think in the appropriate collegial collaborative way through our shared governance process, this is a conversation that we will continue to have. And certainly it has implications from a collective bargaining point of view and the like. But I think people are looking to communicate more so today than they did perhaps a few months ago.
Dr. Salvage.
I've got two sort of technical questions about the survey. One is the leadership definition being the board and several of the senior administrative leaders. Is that a common collective definition in the surveys that you've done for, I understand, hundreds and hundreds of colleges?
Yeah. To include the board in the definition of senior leadership would be more common at community colleges than in four-year schools, but it would be atypical among 4 years, not uncommon among community colleges.
Do you know why that might be the case?
I think, certainly depending on the nature of the institution, public, private, size.
I mean, for community colleges, why they as a group.
Well, I think historically boards in community colleges have played a more active role in the oversight and partnership with administration and community college governance.
Okay. And, well, back on page 15, the top item was the shared governance, and you talked about the polarized results that you got. Were there 4 or 5 categories where people could rate the yes or no, or what was the scale across?
It was a 5-point agreement scale.
Okay, I thought that's what it was. Was it really polarized, like a whole bunch of 1s and a whole bunch of 5s, or was it just kind of distributed? I'm curious about how polarized it was.
Yeah. The level and intensity of negative response on those statements is unusual. There were a higher concentration on the lower end, the less positive end of the response continuum. And on a technical and a related note, the quality of the data set is strong. We had a 36% response rate, which generally when we do surveys of this nature, higher ed and healthcare are two industries where we see lower response rates. By way of comparison, in the last year's Great Colleges to Work For program, where we surveyed 287 colleges, we saw response rates vary between 36 and 48%. The fact of the matter is Pasadena City College doesn't have a long history of doing this kind of assessment, so out of the gates, a 36% response rate is actually pretty good. With that response rate, we can operate at the 95% confidence level with a plus or minus margin of error of 4.62% that the data is in fact reflective of the population. So we've got a good data set.
Dr. Mann.
Yes, I'm thinking about those recommendations and just brain picking. Okay, the Accreditation Commission could not be clearer that the board has one employee, and that's the president, and that all communication from the board to the campus is to be through the president. And if you don't do that, you'll be put on warning and bad things will happen to you. But the the survey, when you lump us, the board with the senior managers, I wonder how you can possibly, tease out people's understanding that that's the way you're supposed to do it. We're not supposed to be out there, going around this loop. And I have read many self-accreditation reports, and that boards are getting dinged up and down the state, not quite as much, but they were before because of not supporting the president and of going around the president. So I think lumping the board and the senior, as part of the senior leadership, is not a good idea. I think it doesn't distinguish the role of the two, which to me is very separate. The board actually represents the community, and we're responsible to the community, not to the college. Could you comment on that and help me at least figure out a way that we can understand how to start building these bridges without getting in trouble with our accreditation commission?
Sure. And I think your comments speak to a couple of different points I'd like to address. One is the lack of clarity regarding what the shared governance model is. I think many faculty and staff today don't know the technical reporting relationship between the board and the president, or what's appropriate communication, or what the appropriate forums are for those kinds of dialogue. I think given the lack of understanding around that, people have expectations that probably aren't reasonable or realistic. So, in terms of the recommendation around shared governance, I think there's probably value in revisiting what the shared governance model is and making sure everybody here at Pasadena City College understands the model and how that works. To your point around grouping the board with senior leadership, as I mentioned earlier, it's not atypical to do that in a community college survey. This is the first time that the Pasadena City College has administered a survey this comprehensive. I think one of the things that the folks who are working here on this survey are mindful of are looking at process improvements for the next time we might administer a survey like this. Another approach that we've seen at a number of institutions are asking specific questions of the board and versus including the board in the definition of senior leadership. So that may be something for us to consider in the future to the extent you want to collect additional data about the faculty and staff's experience of the board.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin?
Well, I want to thank you for conducting the survey, and this is our second presentation, I believe, on this. And I find it very sobering. I find it very factual and very realistic. I think you've presented some issues, and I think the board is quite aware of those issues. In fact, I think prior to getting the survey results, the board was quite aware of pretty much the very same issues. I think it's almost ironic that the presentation on this is happening today, one day after the election, the midterm election. I read 4 or 5 different newspaper accounts of the election. I watched and listened to several other news sources. And if there was one theme that ran through yesterday's election results was, this is a referendum on the President of the United States. Now, the President of the United States wasn't on the ballot. There was hundreds of issues across the country and numerous other people and campaigns and minor little things for so many news sources to over and over and over again say this is a referendum on the United States. And if you listen to the presidential interview today or press conference, the questions the press are asking him, what are you going to do now that this is a referendum on you and da-da-da-da-da-da-da? I don't know that it's fair to say it was. I don't know that it's fair that voters made it a referendum on the president because they weren't electing a president. They were electing their senators and governors and different people. But it was a referendum on the president. So we can define senior leadership any way we want to in this survey, but at the time that this survey was administered, there's no question in my mind that 99% of the people that were responding to this survey, it was a referendum on the president. Whether you included the vice presidents and the board, and whether the press are including Secretary of State and the Attorney General and immigration and Obamacare and all these other things in there or not, it doesn't matter. It was a referendum on the president, and in my opinion, this was a referendum on the president. So now, does that mean I take the results any less seriously? No, I take it just as serious knowing that. But I'm not letting the definition that came up convince me differently than what this really was. And as Trustee Mann said, we have one employee. We have one very important major responsibility, and that is selecting and evaluating the superintendent, president that runs the college. So even though I know this was a referendum on that superintendent president is my responsibility as a board member. That's my one largest responsibility as a board member. So yes, I still take it seriously, but I honestly believe, and some of the things that are pointed out here, we obviously need to deal with and we need to consider as we're going through our superintendent president search. And we already have considered it going forward in our superintendent president search, as we've already had discussions with the different consultants and what we're looking for in job descriptions and things that are very important for this college at this particular time. So yes, it's sobering, but just because the specific definition on a page says the board and the vice presidents were part of this, I believe the same way yesterday's commentaries keep articulating it was a referendum on the president, this was a referendum on a president. And to that extent, whether you'd like to credit the board for whatever has occurred or not, the first and foremost step forward in correcting all the problems of that survey has occurred.
Anyone else?
I do have a follow-up question. I guess it kind of, I'm thinking here of a couple of things. First of all, this is a 36% response, which meant almost 60% of the people didn't respond, and the people who responded, it wasn't randomly selected. It was open to everybody, right?
Correct.
Everybody but the board. The board did not have a chance to participate in this. And I kind of feel if we're considered a senior leadership, maybe we should have had a chance to respond, but our response wouldn't have made any difference. There's only 8 of us, but Marshall was a student. So that is really, I think one of my, I just think that it blurs lines, and I'm concerned. I'm really concerned about that. And what I'm really asking you is, why don't you do a random sample? Right, rather than, having 36% of the people on campus unhappy is really important, but we don't know about the other people.
Yep. So I'll make sure I want to understand. I want to make sure I understand the question. Why don't we do a random sample versus an entire census of all faculty and staff?
Right.
Because the quality of the data set will be stronger the more respondents we have in the data set. So if we do a random sample, well, we could get a response of 267 respondents that would allow us to operate at a decent confidence level. The quality of the data set wouldn't be as strong. Similarly, while this is an assessment, a survey of this nature is an assessment, from another lens, we would suggest that a survey like this is a communication tool. It's an opportunity for faculty and staff to participate, to have their voice heard, and to do so in a confidential and anonymous form. So the simple fact of including everybody in the survey can send a very strong message when positioned so that this is, in fact, an opportunity for folks to participate in the conversation. I want to speak just for a second on terms of 36% response rate and the likelihood of survey bias. That's a question that I regularly get. Do we see survey bias in surveys of this nature? Are the people who responded only the unhappy people? Or, on the other hand, are these people who responding only those who are happy? And the reality is, in surveys of this nature, we see very little survey bias as it relates to only one group of folks completing the survey, either because they have an agenda for the positive or the negative. That's different than what we see in political surveys, where we do see a different kind of survey bias. In these types of surveys, we don't. I think we can certainly learn from the administration of this survey in terms of how we adjust the administration of the survey or how we define specific terms. And I think the reality is you've got a very good data set here that we may have issue with how senior leadership is defined. Given these scores, I think you've got enough information to know that there are issues that need to be addressed. I would also caution against attribution of the senior leadership results to any one individual. While certainly the previous president played a large role in that, there is enough data, both in the responses to the questions as well as the comments to the open-ended questions, that suggests that issues with senior leadership extend beyond any one individual. And I'm happy to share with more of you all offline or in a subsequent meeting.
Ms. Brown?
Yep. Yeah. So basically, one of the reasons that we sort of insisted that you come and give us this presentation and to help us as a board to see how we, as we move forward, can correct or improve or what have you. You have a few recommendations here for us. Would these suffice? I know that we are on the right track for several things, but are these recommendations that you have, would that be satisfactory to mending what the survey sort of showed, or do you have any other things that we should be doing?
Yeah, I think I can potentially direct a few more specific kind of elements that I think have particular reference to the board. So one of the things that we're learning as a function of this research, in terms of looking at engagement, what are the drivers of engagement? Increasingly, we are learning that what employees, in this case faculty and staff, think of senior leadership has significant impact on what they think of the culture. And there are enough comments in the 109 pages of responses to the open-ended questions that speak to issues directly related to the board. The perception that the board is out of touch, the perception that the board doesn't work well together, the perception that there at times have been issues with things coming out of closed session that shouldn't come out of closed session. So in terms of the experience of senior leadership, I think the work that I understand you all are doing, starting to do more of, looking at how this board functions as a board, I think is important work. I think related to that is the work that the president will do in terms of looking at the alignment of his leadership team. And as I alluded to earlier, ensuring that those two, the highest leadership bodies of the institution, that there is alignment within those bodies and alignment across those bodies. President Miller alluded earlier to department chairs and the need for alignment and consistency in leadership kind of vertically through the organization. So I think looking at the horizontal alignment of these particular bodies and then the vertical alignment among all of those who are in high-profile leadership positions is something that would be useful. I think also particularly related to the board, not just looking at the board function itself, but to the extent that you all are able to communicate to faculty and staff why you serve on this board and why this is important to you and how you value their contributions, I think that will go a large way to building some connection between faculty, staff, and the board that today probably doesn't exist at the level that you would ultimately like. And certainly a number of the issues are related to previous presidencies and the transition in presidencies over the previous 5, 6, 7 years, that also factors into the equation. And to the extent that the experience of the board, that there's not the level of confidence or the level of connection to, I think looking for ways to be appropriately transparent, to build connection, to communicate through the appropriate processes and channels, I think that is work that will serve you as board members and the institution well.
Thank you.
Ms. Watt?
Yes, I wanted to thank Modern Think also. I think this was the survey was very well done. I think your interpretations and your analysis was very helpful. I think that as we go into, the board goes into self-evaluation, I think much of this feedback, I think, and the analysis will be helpful for us as we develop some things. I think that, it's okay for us to have certain, I guess, protocols that we want to follow, but sometimes when we draw a hard line in the sand and we don't apply reasonableness to how we behave or how we act or how this is handled, I think that I can certainly see how it is not well perceived. So I just wanted to thank you.
Very welcome.
I just wanted to make a point. I think Dr. Mann today brought up two very important points. One dealt with the population and the sample. This really is a convenience sample, and we have to really wonder about validity of those types of samples. But secondly, she brought up about the shared governance, and how do we communicate to the community, the PCC community, what the definition of shared governance is. As Dr. Mann said, and I agree with her, I feel that I'm part of an oversight committee for the public. That's why I was elected, to oversee that things are running correctly and also to set policy if I see things wrong. But how do we define this to the faculty, to the staff? Because I do not believe we're part of shared governance. We are not part of shared governance. We were elected by the people to oversee what is going on, but it's nice when we try to do as much as we can, communicating to faculty and seeing what their needs are, but this is not a shared governance body.
And I want to make sure I understand the question, or?
Well, how do we communicate? It seems, and you brought it up, Dr. Mann did, it seems that the PCC community does not know the definition of shared governance, or they have a different concept than the board does.
I think that's accurate, correct. Yes, so I think we've got an education/training opportunity here, and in terms of helping people understand what the shared governance model is. And clearly there's lots of documentation here at PCC as well as within state around how things should unfold. I think we have various interpretations and understandings of what that model is.
Dr. Mann?
Yeah, well, we had a session where we had the president of the State Academic Senate and the executive director and president of the league spent, 3-4 hours talking about what shared governance is? And I thought it was very, very clear what it was. And I don't see how, I thought it was clear because it was my understanding. And I don't see how people could have gone away from that. They listed the things that the faculty have to be consulted on, and the things you have to agree on, the things and this and the things and that. So I don't understand how after sitting through that, everyone come away with such a different understanding. But I know that does happen. I mean, I was a university professor, and I know students come away with very different understandings. So I don't understand that, but I think, we did try. We have tried to address it, but I think people come in with their minds so closed. Maybe I'll say everybody, that I don't know. But I'd really like some help for trying to figure out how to get through this barrier. That's why I keep raising it.
Thank you. Mr. Martin?
Well, I think through all the little bit of ambiguity that's been slated here, we have a problem in shared governance. I think we've identified we've got a problem in shared governance because we sat here and listened to members of shared governance talk to the former superintendent about how they weren't meeting together. So I think it's a real issue. I think we take it, at least I take it seriously. I know the interim superintendent's taking it seriously. I know it's embedded in some of our thoughts moving forward in the new superintendent search selection. I want to be committed to helping us all get together and understand what the correct definition is and help us all work together to come up with a way that it detailed up works for the college and all of us, not just in our mindsets of it's supposed to conceptually be this and supposed to conceptually be that, but we see it working in practice and in habit and what I call creating a rut on the road that happens where people are meeting together again and are discussing topics. And there can be collegial disagreement. I think collegial disagreement has been a bit lacking There's just been disagreement, not collegial disagreement. So, you know, I think we as a board have to be committed to that. I think I, as a board member, am very committed to that. So I appreciate you bringing it up. And I'm personally going to take it to heart. I'll just say that.
Sure, you're the president.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to just take a minute and go back to Trustee Martin's comment about presidential referendum, because I think there is some truth to that. I also think that there's a lot of truth to what Rich is saying here regarding the reality that the survey points out, that it was not just one individual. But I think it's very important for the board to know and for the institution to know that we have made remarkable progress in a relatively short period of time at spending time and talking to each other and having discussions that we had not had in a long time. Our CAPM, the Council for Academic and Professional Matters, is meeting again. The Academic Senate is being incredibly generous by allowing me time in their Senate meetings to speak to them and to respond to issues of concern. The College Council is a very civil and a very productive place now where we can all share and talk and have civil discourse and actually get to the root of issues. There is a renewed respect in the 10+1 realities that we need to abide by in terms of our academic and professional matters. There's an effort on every level to be more collegial, be more collaborative, and to work towards success for our students. The process has just begun. It is beginning. I think if the survey were taken today, the results would be negative, but not nearly as negative as they were when they were first taken. And I don't wish to put too much of a shine on this apple right now, but I will tell you that a lot has happened in the past few months, and it also requires the board to participate in this metamorphosis, if you will. It's important work, it's vital work, it's what we need to do for our students, and I am grateful to the board today for taking the time to listen to Rich. Donna Miller is here to take us through the next step of this, and I just truly believe we're on the right track because everybody wants to be on the right track, and that's really what this is all about. All sides that are participating in this willing to participate and try to move forward, and I think we're getting there. I hope so anyway.
Mr. Thompson?
Just a question. Is there agreement as the definition of shared governance? Or is it a matter where different groups have different interpretations of what that means?
Yeah, so it's an excellent question. I think, that's one of the complicating factors, not just here, but at many institutions. I mean, shared governance is a construct that exists in higher ed, and it doesn't exist in many other industries, certainly not like this. Arguably, there's some tangentially related governance models in professional service firms. I think at colleges and universities across the country, we talk in concept, in the abstract, about shared governance, and the reality is those shared governance models play out differently at every institution. So it's easy to talk about it in the abstract, and it's important that there's a common understanding of what the model is at this institution, and as it relates into the larger construct in terms of the state of California.
Do you have any recommendation as to how we go about getting agreement as to what shared governance means?
Do I have recommendations on that? I think in some regards, I'm going to defer to Ms. Miller, who will be presenting here shortly, to address that in some of her work. And I don't have a short answer on that. I think that's an important conversation. I think to the extent that there's a task force or a series of task force that are ultimately charged with doing more with these survey results, I think that's an excellent question to put before a group like that. And I'm happy to provide my perspective or counsel as appropriate.
Thank you.
Dr. Mann?
I was going to say there's a definition in the law, isn't it? 1728 is that it says exactly what it is, and it calls it participatory governance, and that's what we were told both by Beth and Scott Lay. And interestingly enough, so if you go on the internet, because I did this and just type in shared governance, the senior colleges don't have a definition because they all know what it is. They don't have to. They don't have to know what it means. But we could certainly start off with what we were given by, I would think, by Scott and by, was it Beth who came? Yes.
Beth Miller.
Yes, by
Beth
Scott
Smith.
and Beth, and I think it's very clear at least what the law says shared governance is. What's important is really how we've interpreted the different campuses have interpreted and are implementing it.
I think, though, what he's saying is that there are different groups on campus that have different definitions or understandings of what it means, and so
Yeah,
that's
but
what
we
we
could
got
all
to deal
start
with.
with a common language. I mean, it says very clearly what it is.
And the tack that we're taking now, or I'm taking now, is we have to get all groups willing to participate in participatory governance. And that's what we're working on now, extending trust, gaining trust, and having people willing to come back and talk and participate. And we're making some good progress in that regard.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll hear from Ms. Miller. Ran its course.
Yes, I was going to say, somebody's
We
supposed to
didn't
come and
beat
help me
this
to start.
mule.
It's not up there. Is it coming? Oh, okay, here we go. Well, first of all, I want to thank you so much for having me here today, and I particularly want to thank Matt for participating with me at a presentation at College of the Canyons, and then recommending that I come and talk with you. I want to try not to bore you in the beginning, but I want to give you a little bit of my background so that you can see the different perspectives and why I'm doing some presentations on this. I started my career as the speech and debate coach at Cerritos College, and my entire career was at Cerritos College. While I was there, I taught numerous communication classes. I was an instructional dean for 10 years. I actually was on the committee that wrote the original AB 1725 policy for Cerritos College.
Oh, it's your fault. Oh.
That was absolutely, I take the blame for it. And I kind of want to tease you. The term shared governance is not in the legislation. It's collegial consultation. So I try to get that shared governance term out of there because that's not actually there. I was on the negotiating teams representing the district. I was the interim vice president for a while. I've been very fortunate to be a trustee on the board at the North Orange County Community College District since 1996. And for a long time, I have been a presenter at what's called the Board Chair Workshop at the CCLC Trustee Training Conference that happens in January. And 2 or 3 years ago, because more and more boards were being put on a warning, colleges were being put on warning because of problems with the board, we really revamped all of our content for that workshop to really focus on how to help boards comply with the accreditation standards. And so again, that's been some of my focus for the last couple of years and why I've been doing presentations at other places. So I hope that gives you some idea. The thing that I feel so grateful about is that in my career, I wore several different hats. I know at times when I was at Cerritos and our board would take an action and I was a faculty member, I would say, well, now, why did they do that? And then I became a board member and all of a sudden I said, oh, I get it. I understand why they did that. So again, if you can see things from different perspectives, it helps us to understand other people's point of view and helps us to be more collegial. So that's a little bit about me. As I do this presentation, which is a trustee's perspective on the board's role in accreditation, I'm going to offer you some analysis of some of the data that I've received from your college in terms of your self-evaluation, and then also offer some suggestions to you based upon my experience. And whenever I offer suggestions, I always like to say in the beginning, some of my suggestions you may like, some of my suggestions you may not like, and you're perfectly okay to like them and not like them, but the idea is to brainstorm, toss out different ideas, and do a lot of discussion and debate so that you can create that action plan that you want to create in order to be in compliance with accreditation. So that's a little bit of my background. I'd like to give you a preview of what I'm going to be talking about, and this is the organization of my presentation. And I know that you have copies, and so I won't always read everything on the slide, but I do want to focus on this. I know that your goal tonight is to complete board action that is part of your self-evaluation and is in compliance with accreditation standards, and that is the highest priority for you this evening. That's my understanding. There has been a lot of talk, and I love this, the mention of the word improved communication. And so secondly, I'll be talking about developing mechanisms for improved communication and interaction between board members, leading to a more effective board, but I'm also going to give you suggestions in terms of communication across the whole district. And number three, the third topic is developing a better understanding by board members of their roles and responsibilities as they interact with the administration, faculty, staff, constituents, and the community at large. So those are the three major topics. And I'm going to try to take around 20 minutes or so, and then we'll open the discussion to focus on number one for you. Again, I'm just going to focus on the things that I've underlined here. This is standard 4 in terms of accreditation. And the things that are important and that tie to your self-evaluation are the idea of everyone, you'll notice it's underlined, working together for the good of the institution, facilitating discussion of ideas and effective communication. We know that it's our responsibility as Oops, I pushed the button too fast. We do need to reflect the public interest, and we need to protect our district from undue influence or pressure from outside sources. And then again, and you have mentioned this, the board does delegate full responsibility and authority to the CEO without board interference. Now, one of the things I loved about being a communication instructor is that it's a little more complicated in many ways than math. I wasn't that good at math, but math is 2 + 2 = 4. I loved it when someone said, "Can you give me the specific definition of shared governance?" Everybody should say no to that because it's language that can be interpreted in a variety of different ways, and that's part of the issues that you're having. How do we clarify things that are not always as simple as 2 + 2 = 4? The other thing in terms of the standards for accreditation, that the board has a program for board development, and I know that's a concern for you. I know there's some concern about your self-evaluation processes, and I have some recommendations in terms of that. And also, some comments were made related to your code of ethics and the clearly defined policy for dealing with behavior that violates a code, and then the board being involved in the accreditation process. So that's what the accreditation standards say you are going to be held accountable for as a board. That's what you need to think about in terms of we have to meet these standards as a board. Now, what were the concerns that you expressed in your self-evaluation? And what you will see is letters and numbers to the right, and what I did was tie your comments specifically to the accreditation standards. So in your self-evaluation, there was, and again, these were anonymous comments, but there was an idea that there is a need to improve collaboration through established processes. You've heard that tonight already. A need for board development, appropriate transparency, code of ethics, board involvement and accreditation, procedures for receiving feedback from constituents, and the appropriate board policy role. So I think in many ways, based upon the results that you heard in the previous presentation and then in your own self-assessment, I think you're really on board and have some common concerns, and so you know what you need to fix. And so then the question is, what are we going to do to start fixing those things? So I want to give you some recommendations that directly tie to accreditation. I think one of the primary concerns is that you need a much better board development process for new board members. And again, that really is something that can relatively simply be developed by putting together a committee, working with your president, and just developing that process. That is not rocket science, a term that you will hear me say numerous times today. I would like to recommend that you consider participating in the CCLC Excellence in Trusteeship Certificate. May I ask you how many of you are participating in that? That's fantastic, because again, that is one of the ways that you develop as a board member. And I find that even having been a board member since 1996, I learn new things when I go to conferences. I've completed my certificate, and I've learned a lot that I think is going to make me a better board member even after all of these years. So I encourage that. I know that you do have a self-evaluation process and you implement it annually. I'm going to give some recommendations on how to improve that process a little bit later. There were comments about the code of ethics and how to deal with that behavior. I want to share with you, and sometimes, since I was a speech teacher and I'm short, I don't like being behind a podium. I would really rather be out here because this is what I did as a teacher. So I'll raise my voice sometimes and get a little closer, and then when I'm being too loud, I'll head back there. But very good, but I wanted to share with you something that's a little different in terms of the North Orange policy. It says in the North Orange policy, again, as yours does, that a board member could be subject to censure. But what's a little different is our policy says a complaint of trustee misconduct will be referred to an ad hoc committee composed of 3 trustees not subject to the complaint. Now, what you do is you refer it first to your board president. Now, you may find that that works okay for you, but I kind of like the idea of having a committee of 3 people, and then again, you get more points of view to address that issue. So again, one of the things that you can do is potentially review your ethics policy, look at some models in some other places, and say, what can we do to make that a little stronger? What can we do to make sure that everybody understands that? And again, that we make sure that we follow it. Again, that ties to the last thing, which is providing mentoring, ground rules, and regulating members as necessary. Accountability responsibilities. Again, this is important. The board needs to hold the CEO responsible. And again, some of the comments that I heard often in your self-evaluation is that you don't always know the things about in terms of what is the progress in the master plan and the planning cycle, and how do we get the data that's providing the conclusions, and do we receive regular reports on accreditation. All of those are very specific kinds of things that you can just say, we want to make a plan for getting that information. So if you feel as a group that you're not getting that information and you're not enabled to hold the CEO accountable, you can create a plan to get that data more regularly. This, of course, is my favorite topic, and that is improving communication between board members. Originally, when we talked about this presentation, I was going to do some of the things in terms of communication skills, but because of what you need to do in terms of your action plan, I won't be able to do that in detail. But I wanted to just give you a highlight of some of the things that I could do for you in the future if you were interested. Again, you have so many times used tonight the term of collegial collaboration and getting along. I love to disagree with people. I was a debate coach. I love vigorous discussion. And we have had some of the most vigorous discussions and disagreements at the North Orange Board on issues that are so dear to our heart. We all still totally respect each other, totally listen to each other, we change our minds, we hear what other people are saying, and that's how a board needs to work together. So again, that debate and discussion is good, but not taking it personally. So for example, one of the topics can be, how do you give constructive criticism and feedback, both giving it and receiving it? The second idea is creating a positive climate in a group that's working together, and that's true not only for your board, but the skills that we can talk about relate to creating a climate throughout the whole district that is positive and is good. Becoming a good listener. My comment is always, if you want to be the most popular person at a party, listen to other people. If you're the one that's talking all the time, they're going to say all you did was talk about yourself. So again, how do we become good listeners? Conflict resolution skills. When you do have a conflict, what procedures do you use to address that? How do you deal with some folks, wherever they are, here in the district, at home, in other organizations you're involved in, that we might gently call difficult people? And then again, confronting in a positive manner using something that I call the direct expression of feelings. So there are a lot of skills that you can use that I would be happy to share with you at some point to improve communication, not just between yourselves, but throughout the district as you interact with others. So that's the second topic for tonight. The third topic, and again, as it was stated, is the overall role of the board and relationships with everyone throughout the district. And I want to start with the importance of the board CEO role in accreditation. And again, this is not a simple issue. It's not black and white. We do need to recognize that the CEO works for the board as a whole, not one individual board member. One individual board member does not tell the CEO what to do. We should support the CEO and not criticize the CEO in public. We don't go around the CEO and surprise the CEO with end runs. We do maintain confidentiality as it is appropriate. And again, this is equally important for the CEO. No surprises. I love it when, as appropriate, our CEO tells us a major crisis that is pending so that I don't hear it somewhere else. I want to hear it from the chancellor. because that's what we need to hear. We need not to be surprised. And we have to develop that trust between the CEO and the board, and it has to go both ways. So again, that board CEO role is essential to meeting accreditation standards. I want to talk a little bit about the difference between policy and procedures, because that's an important part of understanding that board CEO role and meeting accreditation requirements. And if I could give you something as simple as 2 + 2 = 4, I would love to be able to do that, but again, it's not that simple. Policy defines the what, the broad goals, the expected outcomes, the standards of prudence and ethics, and that again comes from the accreditation standards. The procedures define the how, and the doing, the how it is implemented, is by colleges and college employees, starting with the CEO, and then developed by college staff and approved by the CEO as appropriate. So we always have to ask ourselves, and it's very difficult, again, because I was a dean, something would come to me as a board member, and I would say, I know I have the solution to that, I can solve that, I did that as a dean. Not appropriate for me to micromanage that way as a board member. So I had to learn to maybe share the feedback with the chancellor, but to expect them to implement my suggestion is a completely inappropriate role for me as a board member. Again, what is micromanaging? The governing board delegates full responsibility to the CEO to implement policies without board interference. What I did, so that I would have some real-life examples, was I asked colleagues throughout the state, none of them from Pasadena City College, colleagues throughout the state, to give me specific examples of where they had observed micromanaging by board members. And these are some of the examples. A board member had a relative at the college who would report on-campus stories and issues and would regularly complain to the CEO about those and request action. I hope that sounds inappropriate to you. Whoops, again, I went too fast. A board member demands, and demands is the word, that an item be placed on the board agenda at the last minute, even though the item had not gone through the appropriate district agenda process. A board member spends too much time on campus and then reports at board meetings how things are not running properly on campus. A board member spends too much time on minor expenses. Why did we spend $8.95 on this? Okay, I hope you never ask that question. And board members push for pet projects. So those are some of the kinds of things that are inappropriate behavior of board members and that have gotten colleges in trouble in terms of accreditation. Appropriate board roles and interactions creating transparency and trust throughout the district. What I want to share with you are a number of things that we've done at North Orange that we have found to be very successful to improve communication and transparency throughout the district. First of all, we do what are called strategic conversations. Have any of you heard that term?
Yes.
Strategic conversations? Okay. When I was on board for a few years, I was feeling that, there's so many. Apparently I'm not being loud enough. There were, that you've heard of the whole idea of the telephone game. If I come over to Trustee Martin and I whisper something in his ear and you whisper it all the way over there, when it gets to Joseph, is it going to be exactly the same as I said? Absolutely not. So there are many, many lines of communication. And I felt that sometimes we were not always hearing from employees and from students about what some of the real issues were. So I was at a conference, and I heard about the Maricopa Community College District, and they initiated the idea of strategic conversations. So what we do is once a year, we select a topic. We have a subcommittee representing all of our different campuses, and we have a conversation between everybody from the district that wants to come. It's classified students, faculty, administrators, and we have an organized system where we have discussions answering several questions, and board members sit right next to, to a faculty member, to a classified person, to a student, and hear their feedback and share ideas. Now, no decisions come out of the strategic conversations. And one of the biggest complaints that we get is that there aren't any decisions. And we say, well, but if we made decisions, you'd be really annoyed about that. But the idea is that we get to sit next to people and hear what they have to say and share their ideas. And it's been very, very effective. What we implemented a few years ago also, as a follow-up to that, is what we call coffees with the chancellor and the trustees. And what we do is every semester we have a coffee at the School of Continuing Education, at Cypress College, and at Fullerton College. And what we do is the chancellor comes in, as many trustees as can come, it's usually only 2 or 3, and we sit there and say, what do you want to ask us? What do you want to say? What do you want us to know? And so what we do is create that communication and that trust, because we can hear directly from people. And again, no decisions, but we hear from people. So that has worked very well, and I strongly encourage you to consider doing that. Review and improve board protocol for board members meeting with constituent groups and individuals. I want to be honest, I want to ask you if I can share your written board protocol with North Orange, because I think that protocol is fabulous. It is very specific in terms of what board members are supposed to do, and I think the only question is, are you comfortable that you're following it? And I would like to, we do follow it, although it's not in writing. We're lucky, but I would like us to get it in writing, so I'd like to share that with North Orange. I also want to share you a little bit from my experience, again, about feedback and protocol. At Cerritos College, and again, this is not a secret, board members did not meet with individuals. That just was a no. That was the culture. That was an absolute no. When I was elected to the board at North Orange, I heard, well, the union reps like to meet with board members, and the academic senate presidents like to meet with board members, and this classified like to meet with board. I went, what are you talking about? You know, I've never heard that before. Well, that was the culture at North Orange, and so that's what I started doing, and that's what we do. So I might be invited by the union president for a coffee. Now, they always laugh now because they know me so well, because I sit down and I say, thank you so much, I'm so pleased to meet with you, and I just want to remind you that I'm going to say virtually nothing at this coffee, and I just want to hear what you have to say, and you tell me what you're thinking. And then they all laugh at me and tease me, and it works really well. Because again, and the chancellor knows that we're meeting, there's no secret about that. So again, it's a way that we create a relationship, but we don't violate. So you have to know to zip. You can't talk, you can't give feedback, you can't do that kind of thing. But again, it creates that transparency, that collaboration, that kind of a thing. So that works well. Improving feedback for board evaluations. Again, I'm not familiar with all of your process, but when I was elected to the board at North Orange, only the board members participated in the self-evaluation. And I said, so we just evaluate each other and that's all that we do? I said, wouldn't we like to hear what some of the constituent groups think about us? Wouldn't we like to get feedback from other places? And so we changed that policy, and now and I'll tell you a little bit also about what our board meetings are organized, but we get feedback from the unions, from the academic senates, from the general audience that attends our board meetings, from community members, and it's very helpful, and they feel more involved. They feel that they have the opportunity to give us feedback. So that has also worked very well. Creating a consistent process for employee representation at board meetings. Again, here's what we do at North Orange. Literally every group has a seat at the table. Now, they don't talk a lot, they do small reports, but the president of the District Management Association has a seat, the classified union president, the adjunct faculty union president, the full-time faculty union president, the academic senate presidents, they have seats at the table. And first of all, the benefit is they can hear directly our discussion. They know what we're saying. They know what we're talking about. They know what we're debating. And then they also have the opportunity to give a brief report expressing concerns, telling us things that we want to know. But again, it helps to create that idea that you're talking about, transparency, more open communication, involvement, that kind of a thing. And so that works very well for us. And then lastly, we do send board meeting summaries that are prepared by the Public Relations Office to all of the employees via email so that they get a summary of what's happened at the board meeting. So those are some of the things that we do at North Orange. Whoops, okay, a little too fast. Some other issues of concern that you had, and really I'm just going to zoom through these because you know all of these. You've talked tonight about shared governance practices versus policy, linking planning and budgeting, update on completion progress and the achievement gap, the environment of transparency. Some other things that were in your evaluation were reports on the EEO plan, the board's role in facilities and maintenance, sufficient time for discussing important issues, community outreach. And I'm going to give you some suggestions in a moment because, again, these are very specific issues that all you need to do is say, we need to address this issue, so either let's assign that to the president to tell us how to develop that, or do we need a board subcommittee, or what do we need to do? So I think you identified a number of issues that you can very easily take action on. So that's where we are. What do we do now? Possible accreditation topics and activities. Tonight, what you'll be doing is action on the self-evaluation to be in compliance with accreditation. I would encourage you to consider creating board subcommittees, and again, this is some of what we did at North Orange, to review the board protocol and ethics policy, to implement some of the suggestions for improving communication. For example, do you want to consider strategic conversations? Do you want to think about coffees with the trustees and chancellors? To develop a specific process for board training and develop a process for updates on all of those topics. And then if you desire, a possible communications workshop in the future. So again, this stems from the topics that came from your self-evaluation. Again, bottom line, as a board, you want to model civility and professionalism and commitment to our mission. We expect all members to do that, and we want to hold each and every one of us to that standard. We do not want to disrespect staff in public or in closed session. And again, it's been an interesting experience for me over the last couple of years, hearing some of the stories in terms of what some board members will actually do and say in public. And I want to say, we're elected officials. We need to behave appropriately and professionally wherever we are. That's what our responsibility is. And we are models for our campuses and for our students. Listen more than we talk. Sanction and discipline others as it is necessary. So those are my ideas based upon the feedback. Well, I do like to ask you this, and I'm not going to ask you this out loud. But the first thing that I say in terms of improvement is always ask yourself, not about the other person. Do a self-evaluation. Ask yourself, what are your strengths as a board member? And what do you need to improve as a board member? So if you start with you, then you, I think, are coming in with the right attitude and saying, I want to improve my role as a board member. And as I said earlier, and I used to use this phrase in class all the time when I was teaching different communication skills, it's really not rocket science. It's not all that complicated. It's not all that difficult. But it is even more important that, because it impacts how we work together, how we lead our campuses, and how we affect our students. And so that's why it's so important for us. And again, as we discussed tonight, it can impact your accreditation. So we are at, again, the repeat of the 3 goals, or the ideas or topics for tonight. And so my understanding of what we are going to do now, first of all, I will take a deep breath and ask you if you have any questions or any reactions or any thoughts about anything that I've said, and then we'll go to the next discussion session. Questions for me.
I don't want you to go away. Many of these things we do. We have shared governance reports, and I try to get the minutes out. I've started making reports to the faculty on what we do.
Good. So any questions about anything that I shared? Yes.
So does North Orange County go through and also continuously evaluate themselves for improvements and look at other districts and then adjust and change your own processes?
We actually, as a result of accreditation recommendations maybe 3 or 4 years ago, really did go through an evaluation of our whole decision-making process, because we are a multi-campus district, so there's a decision-making process on each campus and then a decision-making process that goes up to the district. And so we did make some significant changes in the organizational structure because there were some questions about, again, is there enough involvement? Is there enough transparency? Are the processes appropriate? So we did that, and as a result, those accreditation problems were solved, and we've gotten generally good feedback on those changes in terms of enhancing communication and transparency and decision-making processes. So yes, we did. Now, my understanding is that we are going to focus on number 1, and I've asked Ryan, and this is again just because I think it helps in terms of communication, where we are, and my understanding is that you are going to now discuss and brainstorm what you would like to do to complete the board action that is part of the self-evaluation and is in compliance with accreditation standards. So based upon what you heard earlier from Modern Think and then a discussion of the self-evaluation, and I understand that my role is to essentially listen, but to facilitate the discussion so that we can come up with a plan that you are comfortable with that then will be the notes turned over to Matt, who will then include that as part of the final accreditation report. So are we clear on what the next step is?
Can I just make a comment?
Please.
I do want the board to know that Ms. Miller does a number of sessions we were talking about on how to conduct board meetings and make it more speedy and on how agendas should be put in order. And it might be interesting to have her back someday to do one of her workshops.
I'd be happy to do that, and that's one of the things that I did at the board chair workshop. And again, just a short story. When I started as a board member, our meetings would go so long, and I would say, can't we do something to make this a little more efficient? So once again, we created a board subcommittee, and it really helped make our meetings more efficient. And so and again, that just was not appropriate for tonight's presentation, but I'd be happy to share that with you in the future. And then also some things on parliamentary procedure in terms of making meetings work more efficiently, or if there's some challenges or problems in the meetings. So there are a variety of topics in addition to the communication
Yeah, I'd like you
ideas.
to come back soon.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'd like to put that up on as one of part of our plan. We would have her come back and do the one on communication and
Yeah,
maybe.
thank you. Yeah.
What else on good
Well, I'm very
boardsmanship?
happy if that could be number one. That would,
You know,
I would be
think
very
that
flattered.
and that is part of the thing.
Thank
But
you.
I would like to just look at the things that you suggested. You almost have a plan here for us. Can you, oh, here it is. And I thought these were pretty much right on. Maybe we could look at them and then discuss them and then add to them. I always like to edit rather than start with a blank page. And for example, and I don't know what page it's on, towards the end. So what can we do to possible accreditation topics, activities? And so the first one says, consider creating board subcommittees to conduct a board protocol and ethics policy review to comply with accreditation. Do you, after looking at our ethics policy and our board protocol, do you think we need to review them?
Well, and again, you're going to find out from me. When you ask me a question, I'm
Yeah,
going to
I wanna
tell you
answer.
what I honestly think. And then you are welcome to use
Right.
my suggestion or not. So that's my ground
Right.
rule as a communication instructor. The thing that made me uncomfortable about your ethics policy was that it did seem to essentially first be in just the hand of the president as opposed to a committee. And I think it's better, the North Orange policy that refers that kind of an issue to a committee. Now, it says that your board president, if I recall, can refer it to a committee if that person chooses, but if they choose not to, then all of that power is in the hand of the board president. So that is the reason why I prefer that portion of the North Orange policy.
So if we set up a subcommittee to review it, we could certainly review the protocols and the ethics policy to make sure they comply with accreditation. That'd be part of our plan.
Exactly,
And then we might decide they do or might decide that they don't.
exactly.
I do like your idea of dealing with ethics, of putting an ad hoc committee together to deal with trustees. We haven't really had any who go beyond the boundaries of what they're supposed to do. And
Well, again, I think, and that's a conversation that I think you would want to have with Dr. Miller. And I so love that his last name is Miller because then I can remember. we connected easily. I think that you do have to determine what is appropriate for a board subcommittee to do versus something that in your governance processes would be the appropriate way to go. And I will not be the person to answer that. Your president will be the person to answer that. So again, like the idea with revising the board agenda, that was easy to do. We had a board subcommittee and we were able to do that. So there's some times when a board subcommittee is appropriate, but other times when it needs to go through the full college processes. So again, you just would decide that and say, well, we need to do it, but let's do it through college processes, or we need to do it, let's do it with a board subcommittee. So I think, again, that's for you to decide.
I think this, develop a process for updates on student success, equal employment opportunity policies, and educational master plan. I mean, I thought we got updates on these things, not the equal employment opportunity, because we just did the plan. But we normally, at our retreat, we looked at the educational master plan, and we got a full update on it. So I'm kind of confused of maybe this came out of suggestions by new members to the board, or maybe other people don't feel that's adequate.
I do think that there is a view that not all of the information was as clear or maybe as specific as some of the board members thought was necessary. And I think that's also touches back on the one comment that was probably made, that we need to hold the president accountable for meeting milestones. And I often hear, when we ask, and I'm a big person who likes to see milestones, and I know Ryan's nodding, always asking for milestones and benchmarks. So I like specifics, how did you meet that? How did you measure that that was a successful thing? And I think sometimes not all of us see that specificity as being as necessary, but I do think that we need to look at, I don't know how you measure and hold people accountable if you don't do that. And it's the same thing with the EEO. I think that some of us expressed concern that there was a framework there, but there wasn't enough, I think, of a goal that we knew that was going to be accomplished. So I do think those are the kinds of things I think we should talk out more, and then meet with the president and see what can we actually, the president of the college, and see what we can actually accomplish.
Tony?
Yeah, the other thing of it, develop a specific process for board training. Bob, aren't you doing that? You're going to bring a recommendation to us for the board orientation and training?
Yes, in fact, at the next board meeting, many of the things that we're talking about tonight will be on the agenda. Everything from an update on the educational master plan and the president's plan, and a lot of these things are going to be on the agenda. But I also want to say, if anybody wants to be sure that something you say gets up in the notes, please let Ryan know that. I've heard some things on subcommittees.
But if you tell me, I'll put it up there.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it gets up there, because
Well, I think, the fact that it's going to be on the agenda for the next meeting does not put it in this plan, which the Accreditation Commission is going to expect us to have a plan of how we're going to,
That's
move on this. So how do we combine these two?
May I suggest, rather than saying have a subcommittee to address, just put approve a new board training, since one will be presented.
right. So at the next meeting, for example, we're going to be presenting the very specifics of actually 3 options, if you will, for board orientation.
Okay.
And that'll be a very specific thing. And if not at the next meeting, subsequent meeting, actually say this is the one we'd like to go with. We've taken action on it.
So review and approve.
Review and approve a process for board training. If we'll have one ready, that's better than develop it.
That's
So
correct. And
that
we
I'd like
actually-
for you to write.
We will be presenting to you some options.
And I think I think the ethics policy needs to be reviewed by a board subcommittee, because that is a board matter. And so that we can do, and then the president of the board can appoint a committee to look at it. As far as the protocols, John and I, and a person who was no longer on the board, developed those protocols. I don't care if she shares them with North Orange County, do you? We shared them at a regional meeting of the ACCT and at a national meeting, so why would we not want North Orange
Again,
County to have one?
it was so interesting to me, and again, we don't have a problem with that, it doesn't, but I just loved how specific it was, and I said, wow. But again, the important thing is that people comply with it.
Right.
But I really appreciate it, and it's something that I learned from you, so thank you so much for that.
So, go ahead, I've talked too much.
Martin?
Well, just on develop a process for updates on student
There you go.
success, this is in our folder every week. It's future agenda items. There's regular ones scheduled. Report and update on the EMP mission critical priorities and strategies. Report on career and technical ed. Institutional research data report on student success outcomes. So I think on that one, maybe we're missing one, but if we have what the future agenda items are, and we have a list of all the regulars that are important, and we have it scheduled how often we have them. So we may have that one already, maybe, maybe we're missing a line or two, but I think we got the concept nailed.
Thank you, Ms. Swan.
Maybe we need to update it.
So I think on that one, that is back to not just getting the update that we're going on, but also getting a little more specificity. When are you reaching that success milestone that you'll report out on? And I think that's what we need to have an agreement and sit down with the president, the college president, to see, when can that actually get done, and what is the measurement of success that the trustees are looking for? Because I'm not sure that we're actually getting that. I also, so much of what we heard from Modern Think, and then also what we're hearing today, even in our own self-evaluation, is the improvement of communication. And so I liked many of the recommendations that you made and that North Orange County is doing. I like the idea of the coffees. I like the idea that we have a designated group, and it can be a rotating group who comes, and meets, and that we build a communication relationship with other constituents in the college. Because I do think that while you don't have to make the decisions, and certainly it would be inappropriate to do that, at least you're there, you're present, you can hear things. So I do think, I would like to see that we work with the president of the college to develop those kinds of strategies.
Develop a plan for communication strategies. Did you hear that, Ryan?
You're talking about the communication techniques that.
No, this is something different. This is develop a plan for communication strategies, with the communication with the campus strategies.
Yeah, there are two different communication between board members,
Yeah,
and then communication throughout the district in
Right, the
terms
one
of
at the top is
transparency.
communication between board
collegiality,
member and
yeah.
running that, and we want to develop a plan for it.
Yeah.
And then we would look at the different things, right?
So
Would that be a board
which one did
subcommittee?
you write?
Communication strategy.
He wrote strategies.
Would that be a board subcommittee you would want?
Well, actually, I'm not sure that is a board subcommittee. We want to, well, I guess so, huh? We want to
Well,
practice.
again, just the background, what we did at North Orange was that we decided as a board that we wanted to do the strategic conversations, but then the committee that plans it every year, it goes from camp, like for 1 year, Fullerton College will be responsible for it, and that staff development person will be there, and it's held at Fullerton College. And then the next year, the Cypress Staff Development Committee will be in charge of it, and it's at Cypress College. But there are strategic conversation subcommittee, and because it was my idea, I'm on that committee, and then representatives from Fullerton, from SCE, and from Cypress, and so we brainstorm topics and all that kind of thing. So one campus is in charge of it, but the subcommittee consists of entities from representatives from all three of our entities. Now, it's a little different because, we're the
Because we're a single
multi-campus
district.
district. Yeah, exactly, so it's a little different.
So-
But there is a subcommittee that does it.
So basically,
I don't know if you'd call it a board subcommittee or not. There's a board member that's on the committee, so it's probably not a board subcommittee, yeah.
So basically, I am really in favor of us having that. I'm not sure how often we would do it, if maybe a quarter upon what you would like to do. And if we do need to have a subcommittee, I think this will be very helpful to improve our communication. I think that would be great. So I would like that.
And I guess I would ask a quick question about, we keep saying board subcommittees. How many length of time a committee comes together? Is it more like a task team thing?
I may be using the term too much,
Yeah.
at least in terms of, like, the board subcommittees have been, there was a board subcommittee to look at the agenda and make recommendations and make those changes. I really can't think of any other subcommittees that we've had. So again, there may, for example, I just had suggested the strategic conversations, and the board agreed to it, so that was a public board decision that we made. There wasn't a subcommittee, but then there was a committee that was created to implement it, but again, it's not a board subcommittee.
So it was delegated to staff?
It's a college committee. yeah.
Delegated to staff,
Right,
to the CEO?
exactly.
or the
Wherever
president.
it's appropriate, you want to delegate it to not to the board, but to others.
Right, so-
Absolutely.
Okay, I think that would be okay. The ethics committee, I think, has to be a board
Yeah, yeah.
subcommittee because it has to
No,
do with
talking
board
to them.
ethics. But the others could be a college committee, but with board representation.
Absolutely.
Right.
Orientation on
That's a
it.
better statement of it.
And we could start off using some of the strategies from North Orange. Or there's other things that we can do. We used to have, what is it they called it, charrettes? Is that what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to have charrettes which is, it's a French word, means a little wagon. And so we'd all get in this wagon and we'd ride around. No, it's a small group conversations, but they call it charrettes. We used to have charrettes and to do this kind of brainstorming. So what I think we need is we need to, for the board, we need to have a college committee to take some of the suggestions from here and then the other things, and then come up with a plan how we're going to do it. But our plan is to have a committee, a college level committee with board representation. Does everyone agree with that?
I do. If I could paraphrase the statement a moment ago about that last line, the way that I have it worded, I think is not correct, and I think you've identified it correctly, where it says develop a process for updates on all those issues. You have that process, but what I'm hearing you say is that you would like to make some improvements in that process. So that's what I think that you want to say that you want to do. You simply want to improve the process for those updates. That's what I heard.
Pardon me, I think we need to evaluate it.
Evaluate it.
Because maybe we don't all think there's anything wrong with it. I think we need to evaluate, and then we
Yes.
need to do it, because some of these reports we're not getting.
Yes. So the word evaluate is perfect, I think. Yes.
So which one are we talking about?
I was referring to the last one, the process for updates on student success, equal employment opportunity, because again, several of you said, well, we do get those updates, but then others said, but we'd like this as well. So I think it is an evaluation and assessment, and then see if there are any improvements that you want to make.
Thank you.
And who's going to do that? Because in a plan, you need to say who's going to do it.
So should we have a subcommittee?
Yeah,
or what?
board subcommittee in conjunction with the college president.
With the college president.
Put Ross on it.
Or we
I think the
could give it
person
to
who
the
proposed it ought
officers.
to be on
It'd be
it.
appropriate for the,
Ross.
I think it'd be appropriate for the
Become a full-
officers.
It really should be
because
the
you're working
officers.
on-
That would be appropriate
You're
for the
probably starting
officers.
with the list we have, that's kind of
Right.
agenda-centric.
Yeah, I think
When
that should
boards
be,
come up.
we could ask the board officers to do that.
That, absolutely.
I'm hearing board officers, got it.
Yeah, right,
That's a
right.
good idea.
You know, speaking of meetings, I think one of the things I've tried to do is I sit on two elected boards, and they've been very successful in the sense of having a lot of the work's done in committee meetings. Like there's a budget committee, which we have, because one of the trustees put sufficient time for discussing important issues, not just one meeting. And at these committee meetings, whether it's some of them deal with policy, budget, governance, it's an opportunity for the public to come in during the committee time. And also, it's open to all, it's agendized so that all trustees or directors can go to those meetings. They can participate, they just can't vote. And it's not a Brown Act violation, the way it's titled. And it's very efficient, because in the meetings, it's like in Congress, everything's done in committee, and then the meetings go much quicker. And also when we have, I was disturbed this year when we had the budget meeting. It was part of the regular board meeting. These probably should be special meetings. There's a lot of information, and they should not be included into the regular board meeting until it should even be approved at a special meeting. So I agree with the person who said that, and it's something we should look at.
I agree. I think that you can look at that and decide what you want to do. What I thought about when I saw that comment is if you, and this is my parliamentary procedure side kicking in, if you feel that you want more discussion and you're at a board meeting, you can have the discussion, and if you're running out of time and you say, well, I think that we need to have more discussion about this, and so we need more time. So I would like to table this to our next meeting. So all you do is table it. You use parliamentary procedure. You table it to the next meeting, and then you bring it back and you discuss it more. Now, again, that's an option, and what you're offering is an option as well. So, you know, there are choices that you have.
So basically, let's make it clear. Regarding the budget, I do agree with President Fallow that it would be ideal for us to have a budget meeting as one, because most of the times we don't get a good time and opportunity to clarify our questions and concerns. I know that we have a budget meeting with the ad hoc committee, but the reality is the entire board need a preview before we agree with, before we approve the budget. So I would say, I would definitely be in favor in us adopting something similar to that, where we really have a chance to sit down and talk about the budget, the presentation in full. I know we're always on a timeline, but if we plan it ahead of time, we could probably do a better job. So I think that is something we really should try to figure out.
I'm hearing two very important ideas here, and I want to make sure they're separate and that you want me to have them both. One was the one Dr. Fellow was mentioning, which is kind of a board committee structure to deal with some of these more important issues. And then the specific instance of the budget being presented in a separate meeting. And
That's
those are
But do we need to put that in our plan? I mean, we can, I guess, budget a separate meeting.
Well, I think it should be in the plan because, we have problems with the, trustees not getting all they need and not, so I think it probably will improve the communication, and it will, not only the communication and trustees, but even the faculty that will get a chance to see more information in a timely manner.
I was just talking to Bob, most of our sister community colleges only meet once a month, and the rest of the time it's spent in committee meetings. I think we're the only board that meets so regularly.
Yeah, and that's,
So do you meet twice a month?
yes.
They meet once a month.
Oh, yes, we meet twice a
In a general
month.
meeting.
Oh, okay, at North Orange, we meet twice a month as well.
So I think most of them do meet twice a
Right,
month,
most of them
Tony.
meet twice
I
a
know all the
month.
ones I talk to.
Well,
LACCD meets twice a month. So.
What were you going to say?
But, well, more and more what I've been doing in the short time that I've been doing this is we've been setting up opportunities for board members to have input before it gets to the full board by having, in effect, subcommittees. Staff creates report on something. We meet with 3 of the board members and often with a student trustee, Lewis, as well. And we sort of do a dry run, if you will, on what we're talking about. And we roll it out that way. So in essence, in some respects, we're kind of doing what we're talking about right now. But I think what Trustee Martin said a few minutes ago is also very clear. We probably do need to go back and look at that list of what the standing major board presentations are, update that list, refine that list, and then make sure from a staff's point of view that we do those reports in a timely fashion. Dr. Mayor.
Tony?
Dr. Mann?
Yeah, I have another thing I'd like to bring up. Before the immediate past president, we used to have board members that served on college committees. I mean, for example, I know I served on what's the budget committee called? BRAC or?
BRAC.
I served on BRAC for a year. I know Connie Castro served on BRAC. And we had if someone with a long memory can remember, we used to have an outstanding faculty award, and the board members actually each contributed $250, and we give an award to outstanding faculty. That was done with a joint committee with the Senate. And I think maybe we might want to have on there, explore the possibility of appropriately involving board members more in the life of the college through appropriate committees. That's mealy mouth, but I think that might touch it. And maybe, just let me say, so maybe there might be something that the students might want to have a board member involved on a committee or something. Now we just didn't do that. But I'd like to throw it out.
Mr. Lewis?
So before I was student trustee, I was on every committee I could get my hands on, and I can't remember if I asked Ms. Cooper or someone about it was like a conflict of interest for us being on committees. Didn't I ask you about that? Oh, someone told me it was a conflict of interest. We couldn't be on committees like that anymore, like college council and everything else.
Well, we were never on college council. I think that would be a conflict of interest, because that's a shared governance, the committee. I mean, we have represented on, but we were on the budget. We were on the budget. I mean, I know some of us served on the budget committee, but there's other kinds of committees. I think it's something we just ought to explore, because it does get board members to the campus, and it does give people the opportunity to sit down with them talk one-on-one.
I agree. If you tell me what committees we could be on, I'll be on every one of them.
It'll become a full-time job. Dr. Salvage.
Yes, BRAC, Budget Resource Allocation Committee, is a Brown Act committee, so anybody can go. The board members could go as observers, as long as they don't say anything, I assume.
Well, it's one thing to go observe, there's another thing to be a committee member.
Right.
If I can make a comment, this is one of those, you gotta, and I think the idea of looking at it and evaluating
Evaluating is all I'm
is a very
saying.
good idea. Because again, when I think of examples of different community colleges that I've heard, it's so interesting. There's one community college that I know where a board member would always go to the academic senate, faculty senate meeting. Now, there are good things about that and bad things about that. The good thing is that, well, my motive is to be here so that you know I'm interested and involved. And then some of the feedback was, oh, the board members there spying on us, and now we're afraid to say, you know. So I encourage you to, again, look at the advantages and disadvantages for each of those as you do them, because you want to increase the communication. But if it's we're getting way too involved and we're watching over your shoulder, then that's going to create some problems too.
Dr. Mann.
I think when we had board members serving on BRAC, we didn't just suddenly say we're going to be serving on BRAC. I think we spent a lot of time talking with the Academic Senate president. We used to have a very good relationship with the Academic Senate presidents, and we would never go if we weren't welcome, so to speak. That's why I say evaluate. Right. And maybe it's not the time, maybe it's something we can do in the future, maybe we would do one committee, but at least I think just starting the dialogue would be helpful.
One of the slides that particularly resonated with me was the one about creating transparency and trust throughout the district, where you talk about conduct the strategic conversations, coffee with the president and trustees, review and improve board protocol for board members, meeting with constituent groups and individuals, and how we would do that. Improve feedback for board evaluations, create a consistent process for employee representation at board meetings, and send board meeting summaries. In many ways, if the board actually engaged in these activities and developed protocols for these activities, the dialogue, the two-way discussion would actually take place.
Well, and that's what we meant when we said the strategic communication.
And so
Right.
what we might consider doing is focusing on this as a
Right.
first step.
Right.
And see what becomes of this, because I think if we do this well, the board members will be informed, so at board meetings, they will be able to communicate because they will have sat with faculty, staff, whatever, and listened to the input, student input. And maybe that's a way of getting to this without that, crossing that gray line of getting into operations, quote unquote.
Okay. You mean about serving on the committees? That's fine. If we do all of those points on there, I think actually that could almost just be our plan.
In many respects, I agree with you, Dr. Mann. It's very solid stuff.
But I think when we put that in our plan, we should list those subpoints.
Yeah.
Well, the strategic thing, and then we have communication, we have that, and we have some of these others.
Mr. Lewis.
We actually do something similar in AS at Coffee with Counselors. Actually, we're doing it again tomorrow. It's the same premise. We set up tables in Galloway Plaza. Counselors sit there, and AS sits there, and they can come up and talk to us. They can also come and talk to the counselors. And it's just a way to put people in the open so they can walk by and talk to them when they have free time. I think it's the same premise.
Can I ask, do we honor a faculty member every year for best teacher of the year?
Oh, yes, we do, every year.
But we don't give the board award anymore. I think I was there when Dr. Thongtaraj got the last one. I don't know if we honored anyone else.
I don't know.
Be nice if we did a trustee award, and then
Right, so,
Yes,
yeah,
we could do
Dr.
a trustee
Thongtaraj was
award.
the last one that I just happened to go there, and they were giving her an award.
and it would be nice to make it what we do at Fullerton. The president goes into the classroom while they're teaching and presents them with the balloons and stuff. And then at graduation, they're on the dais. And then the following year, they give a lecture to the faculty.
We had something very similar
we
to that.
did.
We did, and actually, we did it, Tony, in conjunction with the Academic Senate. We put up half the money, they put up half the money, and it was
should
a
do that
Senate
more.
trustee joint award. So maybe we should consider revisiting that, just to see about doing it.
And I like this last recommendation too. Well, I don't know if it's the last one. The last one on this slide was to participate in a communication skills workshop. So I think we should schedule a communications skills workshop. Schedule a communications workshop.
I think he's got that on there earlier.
I think I had it on the front, but I think I thought you were referring to bringing Donna back. Should we?
That was what.
Yeah, I would like to
Oh,
bring
same
Donna
thing?
back.
Okay.
for-
It's the same
First thing
thing.
you wrote down, right?
Yeah, it's on the front, I think.
Other things of concern, other things that you think specifically relate to the accreditation issues?
Maybe we ought to add, like you suggested, looking at the protocols again. I think there's nothing wrong with the protocols, except that we don't always follow them. And so maybe that's what we need to do, is go over and reaffirm them, or maybe change them if people don't agree with them.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Which protocols?
The board
Board protocols.
protocols. But that would- she had suggested a committee to review board protocols and ethics policy, so maybe we should, it should be what it says.
In
Back with-
addition to these protocols?
Right, in addition.
When it said, no,
It's the
go
spe-
back, earlier we said a committee on the board ethics policy. There it is, it just say protocols and board ethics.
Yeah, Ryan, I can
Those are
show you that, I've got
Yeah,
it
that's
here.
what she had suggested.
It's this document right here.
Yeah.
This is the one that they're referring to. Yeah.
So maybe this is the one that we should have a subcommittee look at it, because even as I'm just looking at these, I mean, so much of this gets thrown in the lap of maybe the president, and perhaps it should be evaluated to see how we can make it more effective and get more input.
You know, in many respects, the PowerPoint is a plan in and of itself.
Yes,
You know,
it
when you
is.
look at the board development and
I'm
evaluation.
so glad to hear you say that,
Yeah.
because that was what I wanted to try to
that was the
offer
idea,
you
huh?
to
Yeah.
start the discussion.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm so happy that that is
Yeah.
helpful.
No, that's, I think that's been very helpful.
Yeah, and I know that Ms. Miller and others worked hard to, that way. Even the accountability responsibility slide where, how does the board know the mission and goals identified in the master plan are being achieved? Staff can look at this and come up with a, either twice a year or quarterly report, you know, with the benchmarks and with the milestones and what we're doing and all that kind of stuff. We can basically respond. So the plan can be developed from the PowerPoint.
So so what's going to happen now, President Fellow? Is Dr. Miller going to work with you and develop this? Or are you going to take
we
these
work very
notes and
good
put
together.
something together and you'll bring it to us in the next meeting so we can approve it? Is that the idea?
If I may?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that Dr. Corner and I can get together, we can look at the PowerPoint, we can go over the notes that we've got ourselves, we've both taken, and we can develop an action plan for the board to consider at the next meeting, and then go from there. And then that can be in our self-evaluation
Yeah.
as what we're going to
Yeah,
do and
sure.
so on and so forth.
May I ask some cleanup questions that I
Sure.
know Trustees Watt and Brown will appreciate based on our earlier conversations on the board goals? Who's responsible for all so that we can help incorporate this into the plan? I have a board subcommittee working on the review of board protocols and ethics policy. The reviewing, selecting, and approving the new board training is the entire board, and that's going to be presented at the next meeting. The communication strategies, what I heard was that staff
Right.
will develop a plan.
Develop the plan and bring it to the board, based a lot on what was in here, right?
I think workshops will be a part of this too, that we'll put in the
Right.
plan,
Right.
suggested workshops to the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, staff will set those up with the board on specific topics.
The board officers are going to evaluate the process for updates
Right.
on student success, EO, and EMP.
Right, and to be specific on that, in the board packets, every board meeting, there's a list of regular meetings, regular reports that we provide, so we need to review that with the officers, update that, and determine the appropriate times during the year that we would make those reports. So we can do that with the officers.
And then there was investigate board committee structure. Dr. Fellow, what was your intention in terms of who would look at a committee structure for the board?
Why don't you and I do it?
Yeah, I think that, there are a variety of models that speak to 5 or 6 very specific subcommittees of a board that could happen. The challenge is that most board members are very busy people. And the amount of time that they have to invest in things during daytime and evenings and what have you becomes a problem. So you want to be careful not to overdo it. So what I'd like to do is, again with the officers, sit down, present some ideas, some scenarios, and see how far we think we need to go with that. And I heard Ms. Miller say that even at North Orange County, they don't have a lot of board subcommittees per se. And I think that's being respectful of the board members' time. I do, however, think that at least during my tenure, we will continue with the practice of something that's very significant, such as dual enrollment, concurrent enrollment, what have you, or the board's legislative things that we would meet with committees that are already established, budget and finance, what have you, and try things out. Later on tonight, we're going to be talking about the Veterans Village. We had a meeting earlier this week on the topic of the Veterans Village, worked with 3 of the board members and student trustee Lewis, and went through a variety of things in preparation for tonight. That's the strategy that I think I'd like to continue to invoke during at least this year, and see if we can function well in that manner.
I'd like to have the attorney on that, our board attorney, because it's the investigative board structure, because this deals with Brown Act and how you word things.
Now, Dr. Miller, my understanding was in terms of looking at a specific meeting for board approval and then possibly expanding that to other major approvals, staff.
Yes, yeah, exactly. We'll make, but again, that will be driven by, if you will, the annual report log that we have to give. Our plan is at every meeting to try to report out some fun and exciting and positive things that are happening on the district if we can, but then maybe limit it to 2 or 3 maximum major topics so that we don't overdo it.
I think we should drop that one. I think we can get that through the strategies.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was my suggestion, so just take it off.
Consensus? Okay.
Yeah.
Bottom one, B.
Yeah, take it out.
Protocols for meeting with constituents and all these other items. It seems like, is this part of the strategic conversations?
Yes, it
here?
is.
Yeah, and the
Yeah, it is.
communications.
Question? Does constituents here mean constituents of the PCC immediate community or our constituents?
Immediate community, I think, is what they're
I'd say
talking about right now.
PCC.
It says constituent groups.
Okay.
So like
Fine,
faculty.
okay.
Yeah.
I wanna
things
make
like
sure.
that kind of thing.
And then this would be staff.
Right.
Okay.
So our to-do is to develop a plan, an action plan, and bring it forward at the meeting on the 17th, which is a Monday meeting, and I'm sure we'll talk about that later, and at least have a draft ready for your consideration.
Sounds good. Well, it'd be really good if you could have a really high-quality draft, because we
Yes.
don't meet again until the 10th of December.
That's correct. It'll be it'll be tight, let's put it that way.
Not to put any pressure on him, right?
That wasn't a hint or anything.
None of that handwritten
Don't we meet on
stuff.
November 19th?
I mean,
This is the draft. We're just
17th
gonna
because of
That's right, yeah.
CCLC thing.
well,
We're gonna
what
be-
I meant was, I'm sure you will consult with maybe some of the
That's
board
right.
officers, and so you'll have a really good understanding if it's what the board has in mind.
Board officers and also Dr. Mann.
And not me, I'm not a board officer.
Well, actually, no, Dr. Mann, because of your experience, you'll definitely
Okay.
be in my loop if that's okay with you. We want to run it by you, if we may.
Okay, anything else?
I just want to, again, thank you so much for inviting me, and I have to conclude by saying I feel like I have so many connections to you, and you may have already figured this out, but Dr. Bell and I were at one time at Cerritos College together, and so I haven't seen him in a long time. It was a pleasure. And then your former president a while ago, Dr. Jack Scott, his wife was in my division at Cerritos College, and so I know her very well. So there are lots of ways that I feel connected to you, and I feel so privileged to have been invited to participate in this. I hope that it has been helpful, and I'd be happy to work with you in any way you'd like me to in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And let me add for the staff, Ms. Miller has been incredible to work with. She's been very, very flexible. We've been through several drafts of this. You came highly referred and for obvious reasons. And the other thing, one of my notes here is I think Donna will be also helpful to have an improving communications workshop for our shared governance leaders as a group, as well as for our managers and possibly the College Council as well, because communication is important at all levels. And you remind me, or Stephanie Fleming, one of our speech professors, you remind me of her mom, because she's like you in terms of how she presents and what she does, high energy, very smart.
Wait a minute.
Now we're going to get into suing things.
That was
So
from
anyway,
him, not
thank you
from
very
all.
much.
Yeah, right.
I'm sure he meant you do that at a much younger age.
Yes, Dr. Mann.
I think if we're talking about workshops, we might as well get everything down here. I think it would be really nice to have a workshop maybe for us and the constituent groups on the Brown Act, because I think there's a lot of different understandings of what the Brown Act really involves, and maybe we could all get together and then we could all agree that when we say that violates the Brown Act, then we know what we're at least talking about.
Well, and you're in luck, Dr. Mann, because that is in all three versions of the
Board orientation.
Is it the Brown Act? Oh, well, if it's in there, you don't need to put it in. If it's,
but it's not up here.
well, put it up there so it gets in there, because
Well,
it is important.
It is important, and there's two ways of doing that, right, Ms. Miller? One is how the lawyers would give a workshop on the Brown Act, which often our eyes roll in the back of our heads when that happens, and how it is practically put into effect on college campuses. And I don't know, does the CCC, or the community college, the CCCT, deal with something like that?
I can think of a couple of people that I might recommend to you. I don't know you, one of our attorneys, and he does the Brown Act training at the state level, Warren Kinsler. I don't know if you've seen that one.
Yeah.
And then I actually have a former colleague who is a professor at a San Diego Community College. I can't remember what it is, but he is certified in Brown Act, and he does. So again, I would not be the Brown Act person for
Right.
you, because there are way too many details for me to remember, but I think you could get some references.
Yeah, if you could forward a couple of references. I like the idea
Attorney can do that.
of an attorney and Gail participating together, but also a practitioner, if you will, and so that someone who can really help us with that.
Ms. Brown?
I have one just thought. I was hoping that the strategic meeting that we have with the constituents would be an opportunity to talk and listen, just like you mentioned, what you want to hear from me or but we're not. So open dialogue, of course, would not, you know what I mean? I don't want it to be something where we're focused on our training, because then it's sort of going to kill the idea.
I'd be very happy at some time in the future I didn't want to give you all the details of how to do the strategic conversation tonight, because there was so much else to focus on, but I'd be very happy to give you the details of that. And you can actually, I think if you Google strategic conversations in the Maricopa Community College District, you could probably, find some things on your own.
Okay.
But I'd be very happy to give you, because we have a specific format and we've made some adjustments in that format, but the way that it's structured, there is conversation and dialogue. It's
Okay.
not training, nobody's up there talking, there is conversation. So I'd be happy to share information about that
Thanks.
with you.
Thank you very much.
Tony, Mr. President? Right. As soon as the plan up here is put into some formal document, somebody's going to put this into a Word document, can we all get copies of that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to be part of the accreditation
Refresh,
report.
while it's fresh in our minds. about the various things.
Yeah. The notes, but also the plan draft will come to everybody as quickly as we can get
I mean,
there.
I can have the notes
Typed up
very
pretty quick.
quickly, and the plan, because we want it to be a really good draft, will
No, but before the plan, just so we can look at it and remember what we've just
Yes.
gone through for
Yes.
several hours.
You did really well writing on that huge Post-it note.
Okay, thank you. Next on our agenda is public comments on closed session agenda items, and we do have one speaker, I think.
No, we had a speaker on the campus climate, but he's not here right now.
The board's going to go into a closed session at 7 PM, and Ms. Cooper, we will have on that agenda.
At 7 PM?
Dr. Fellow, also, you will need to recall public comment on closed session items because it's not agendized until 7 o'clock, so the public would not have noticed that they're being offered the time to speak now. For closed session, we have collective bargaining with PCCFA, lead negotiator Mr. Bruce Barsick, Government Code Section 54957.6, and the second matter, employee discipline, has been continued.
So I guess everyone can go home and see you at
So
7.
we can't go into closed session until 7 o'clock?
Right.
Can
Because
we?
you have to wait for.
No,
No.
but you can go have dinner,
Yep, I got it.
assuming it's there.
Is it going to be there?
You want to take us to Smitty?
Let's go.
About an hour to have dinner.
To order, we are going to go into closed session right now. Is there any public comments on closed session agenda items? Seeing none, we will go into closed session, and I guess our only issue would be collective bargaining this evening.
Correct.
So that means we're coming back early.
We're going to spend
Yes, we're
another
going
hour.
back.
Hallelujah.
So the meeting come to order. There is no reportable action from closed session this evening. We will now go on to open session and introductions and recognitions, Mr. President.
I have two tonight. I'd like to ask Trustee Thompson if you wouldn't mind to introduce the Pasadena Education Foundation guest. Yes, please.
I'll put on my different hat, that is, as the president of the Pasadena Educational Foundation, and want to take a few minutes and give you a little bit of information about some of the things we do, particularly our summer enrichment program and a new venture we went into this past year called Battle of the Bands and Rock for PEF. And so we're going to show a little bit about that. But let me just point out that Pasadena Educational Foundation has been around for about 43 years, I think. We're the oldest in California. Over that time, we've raised in excess of $135 million for the Pasadena Unified School District, the public schools of Sierra Madre and Altadena and Pasadena. And so that's some of what we do for the schools here. And so I'm going to introduce Patrick Conyers, who is the executive director of the foundation, and Bill Krim, a colleague of mine who is a lawyer. I don't know how he ever finds time to practice law because he's always out doing things at different schools in Pasadena on behalf of our children. So they're going to take a few moments and just talk about the summer enrichment program and the two Battle of the Bands and Rock for PEF. So Patrick, Bill.
Thank you, Bill. Good evening. Thank you for giving us a few moments to speak about the foundation, and thank you, Bill, for your leadership role in this organization and also ours. As Bill mentioned, the Pasadena Educational Foundation, we exist to support the public schools of Pasadena, Altadena, Sierra Madre, and have been around since 1971. We do quite a few things supporting health programs for the PUSD, grant writing, support for arts and music programs, and one of the things that Bill mentioned that I'll show a couple slides about here that we started this year, which was Rock for PEF. The point of this was to raise money for music programs in the PUSD. There was two parts. The first was a Battle of the Bands, which happened toward the end of September at Levitt Pavilion
12 teen bands, and these are public school, private school students. There was no restriction on that. Students had to be between the ages, at least one band member, 13 to 19, living within the bounds of PUSD. And this is a snapshot that was taken at the end of the performances of the 12 bands that participated. It was a great community building event. About 600 people attended. There was an online component. About 4,000 people voted for their favorites that dictated the finalists. And then the winner of Battle of the Bands went on to play at Rock for PEF, which was the fundraising portion of the event. That was at Farnsworth Park in Altadena on October 5th. And there you see someone that you might recognize, lead singer Bill Thompson. And you happen to see behind him, that's not his background band. That was the winner of the Battle of the Bands, a teen band called Serenegades. So that's Bill and the Serenegades. And then as the day wore on into night, this was our headliner, a band called Silver Sun Pickups. And if you're not familiar with their music, I suggest that you should be. Quality music, great event, great evening with great energy that brought out a good audience. And I think the event has good momentum that we can continue doing this in the future, raising money for music programs in the PUSD. And this is how we're marketing and communicating the event, Music Counts, asking people to get involved. The main point, the reason that we had been invited here tonight was to speak about our summer enrichment program. This is something we've been doing a little bit longer. We'll be in our 11th year this coming summer. And this past year was our biggest yet. We served 1,501 students on 7 PUSD campuses. The vision is to provide equitable access to high-quality experiences that allow children to exercise their minds and bodies. This is intro to K through high school courses that we offer. Enrichment, math, arts, science, robotics, music, on and on and on. This is a little bit difficult for you to see, but just trust me that you can see the line that's trending here from 2004 to last year. The enrollment, which is the blue lines that you see, starting at 147 students a decade ago to 1,501 last year. Of greater significance, I think, is the red bar that you see next to it, which last year, 580 of the 1,501 students that participated in this 5-week program received tuition assistance from us. And that's something we take a great deal of pride and put a great deal of effort into. Many ed foundations that run summer programs use that as a moneymaker that helps them run other programs during the year. That is not true with us. We make a conscious decision that if we're able to raise more money through charitable gifts, we would like to turn that back into more opportunities for students in our community to have access to the program. Of those 580 students who received scholarships, the average gift that we gave them in tuition break was 76% off of their tuition. So, and I don't want to go too far into the weeds, but it's worth noting that what we're charging for this program, again, 5 weeks, is $395. And in and of itself, we wanted to keep the price at something that parents within the district, like me, but I'm not doing it for myself, it's something that's affordable for families in our community. Of the population of our summer program, anywhere from 13 to 17%, depending on the year, are non-PUSD students, which might mean that they're from other public schools, parochial schools, or private, but predominantly the students that we're serving are PUSD students. This just gives you a breakdown. I won't spend much time with this, but it shows the school sites we were at last year and the number of students at each. The largest being Norma Coombs, and we ran a pre-K through middle school program there at almost 500 students. And this gives a breakdown of the scholarships awarded. So almost $180,000 worth of scholarships that we gave last year. And that's coming mostly from gifts from charitable foundations in the community and regional foundations, including Amundsen Webster Foundation, Scal Foundation, Pasadena Community Foundation, Rotary, and many others. And this is a scholarship breakdown. We have a partnership with Pasadena Learns, which helps us open a program at Franklin in Altadena, in an area of town where the program, even at $395, is too rich for most families. So that's a program that allows us to operate in conjunction with Learns, and families are paying on average $25 to participate there. This gives you the student breakdown I mentioned earlier and what you might have been waiting for. I should have put these up earlier. Nice pictures of kids interacting in the program. We do mini Spanish immersion classes, Mandarin immersion classes at different sites, and there's a great response in the community for those. Here's just a smattering of other classes that we offer, from School of Rock, ceramics, chess, yoga, city farmers, and then more traditional academic courses too. Class sizes are small, no more than 20 in a class. Teachers are motivated, students are motivated, and it's a pleasure to be involved with. Something we've grown recently, and there have been many PCC students involved in this, is increasing the volunteer program. We had more than 100 teen volunteers that participated in the program last year, and again, the participation of PCC students has been critical to the growth and success of the volunteer program. Here are some quotes that are too small for you to see, but speak about the value of the program. A summer enrichment teacher saying, "I thank you for pushing me in a direction I had no plans or even interest in heading towards. It would be nice if our regular school year were run more closely to the PEF model. I think things would run more smoothly and everyone would benefit." I haven't shown this slide to our friends at PUSD, but you should know that we work closely with PUSD administration, with teachers in making this program work. We're unbounded by some of the restrictions that they have to follow during the school year, so it makes things a little bit easier on us. Here are some classes from a graphic design course last summer, and I'll end with a smiling face. That is a quick overview of the summer program, and thank you for your attention to that. I'll turn things over to our Vice President, Bill Krim.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having us here. My name is Bill Krim. I'm a proud graduate of the PUSD from a long time ago and took some classes at PCC quite a while back also. I'm the programs chair for the Pasadena Educational Foundation. In addition to the summer program, Pasadena Educational Foundation assists the school district and the community in a variety of ways. We also have programs for teacher grants, for small grants for teachers so that they can get the materials they need for the classroom and don't have to pay for them out of their own pockets. We provide the grant funding for 5 health centers in our community, health centers that otherwise would have been closed. These are health centers that are available both for children and for community members. College scholarships, many of which are used for students going on to PCC. We have a robotics program in the middle schools, academic and vocations, the college and career pathways program. Field trips, college access programs, the My Masterpieces art program, which uses community partners to help open up the many opportunities in art in our community, both to children and to their parents. All of these programs are here because children, every child is so special. I was married for 13 years before my wife and I had a child, and until you have a child, you don't realize how different and how special perhaps every child is. And that's what the Pasadena Educational Foundation is for. We are here for these children with such special gifts, and we are here for the children with such special needs. And most of all, I hope we can always be here to stand up for the children who have no one else to stand up for them. Every child deserves a chance. And that's why one of the things I'd like to do here tonight is to ask the PCC board and community to work with us and the PUSD for our children, parents, and community members with a shared vision for student success. In particular, there are 3 things that I think that PCC could make a substantial difference in helping for our children. One is in the area of adult education. This used to happen quite a bit. It's not happening the way it used to, and it needs to happen. Under AB 86 adult education partnerships, Among the needs are citizenship classes. Right now, so I've worked with some parents, they've had to go to Los Angeles for citizenship classes. Those should be available here in our communities and ideally, I think, in our schools. Second, I've had a lot of requests now for English-speaking parents wanting to learn Spanish. In our Spanish dual immersion classes now, so many of the students are learning Spanish, and the parents want to be able to keep up with their kids. In addition, we now have Spanish-speaking parents who have volunteered to help with this process. But having a good Spanish teacher would help a lot for adult education. Parenting classes. Those are so needed and so necessary. So many children, by the time they start elementary school, are already behind their peers. And the big difference here is what goes on before they start school, and that's why parenting classes could be so valuable. And lastly, dual enrollment classes. I've done some of that. We need to do more of that now as the schedules are closer together to get the kids on the right start and to let every child know that every child can go to college and that PCC would be a great start from them. Thank you very much. We greatly appreciate your time and allowing us in your beautiful space here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank Trustee Thompson.
I just want to say we are working on the dual enrollment program. I know Cynthia Levo has been very much involved with that and working with PUSD on it. So we do lots of great things, we believe, at PEF, Pasadena Educational Foundation. If any of you want to take a tour of a summer school next summer, when the program is going on, just let us know. We'll line it up and you'll be very impressed. I promise you that. I assure you of that. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item C this evening, which is an accreditation update.
Yes, and so I'd like to invite up to the podium Professor Stephanie Fleming, who is our self-evaluation faculty coordinator, and Dean Matt Jordan, who is our accreditation liaison officer, and they are going to provide an update regarding Standard 3.
Yeah, thank you guys for welcoming us here tonight. We are happy to be here to talk about Standard 3, which is the resources section of our accreditation standards. Of course, as you guys know, there are 4 components to the resources section, and those include human, physical, technology, and financial resources. We're going to begin with Standard 3A, which is the human resources section. The key component of Standard 3A is that the institution has qualified personnel. And by qualified, we mean that our personnel have appropriate education, training, and experience to be successful in their positions. Additional components of qualified personnel include that we have documented hiring processes, evaluation processes, that faculty members have SLO assessment as a component of their evaluation, and that we have written ethics policies. And you guys will remember that in 2009, we received a recommendation on ethics policies. And in response to that, we created ethics policies for managers and classified. So we have successfully addressed that 2009 recommendation. Additional parts of 3A include having sufficient numbers of qualified faculty, administrators, and staff, that we have policies and procedures for personnel, that those are widely available and that they are followed, that we have appropriate policies and practices to address equity and diversity, and that we offer all employees professional development. For each of the 4 standards in Standard 3, there will be a component that addresses integrated planning, and for each standard, that means that these services, these resources, that we evaluate their effectiveness, that we make plans for future needs in the area, and that we make improvements based on the evaluations of how these resources are working, and that we put appropriate resources to fund the improvement efforts that are needed.
And you may remember from the 2009 self-evaluation that we had several self-identified areas of improvement in the area of human resources. And because of that, our human resources area has been working very, very hard over the last 6 years. And that enables us to say that we fully meet these standards. So we have a few AIPs or actionable improvement plans, and all of these are to just increase institutional effectiveness. So we fully meet the standard. And we have 3 AIPs that have been developed. The first is that the Office of Human Resources will review and make recommended necessary revisions to all hiring policies and procedures. This is just best practice for us to be able to go back and evaluate all of our hiring policies to make sure that they're the most effective that they can be. The next is that all college members will use the results of recent evaluations to ensure all written codes of professional ethics are upheld. We want to be able to show ACCJC that we're not just meeting the recommendation of having ethics policies, but that we're actually evaluating those policies and implementing them effectively. And this particular AIP will link to several of the AIPs from Standard 4 where we talk about our campus climate as well. The last one is that the college will review policy 6150, which is the faculty hiring policy, to ensure clarity in that process and equity in meeting faculty hiring needs.
The second standard in Standard 3 is Standard 3B, which is physical resources. When the accreditation standards refer to physical resources, this includes facilities, land, and other assets. And we need to ensure that all of these assets support student learning and also student support services. These assets need to be safe and sufficient, meaning that we plan for future needs of the college, that we build, maintain, and upgrade or replace our physical resources as needed so that we have a healthful learning and working environment for students and all college employees. Planning, we have to plan for our physical resources, as I mentioned, the future needs, and these plans must include the total cost of ownership, not just an initial purchase price, but the cost over the total life of these physical resources. And again, the evaluation component, physical resource planning must be integrated. We have to evaluate, we have to make plans for improvements, and we have to allocate resources to implement those improvements to our physical resources.
And you all are familiar with all of the improvements we've been making to our campus. You know, thanks to the support of our community, we've been able to fund several capital outlay projects, and all of that is noted in this particular section of the self-evaluation. And because of all of those improvements that we've made on campus, and we've been able to say that we fully meet these standards as well. So you'll see one AIP here, and it's to improve institutional effectiveness, and it's to provide current emergency training and resources to all campus members. So, our police and safety have worked hard to develop, emergency preparedness plans, and now we want to make sure that they're communicating all of those plans so that all campus members feel prepared in case of an emergency situation. And we have an additional AIP in this area that's not on your handout or on the presentation today, that's actually been developed because of some of the feedback that we received from the public when we put the self-evaluation out there for feedback. And this one will also be to improve institutional effectiveness, and this is to evaluate the needs of the programs that were moved to the CEC when the U building was vacated to ensure that the needs of these programs are being met.
So the third component of Standard 3 addresses technology resources. All of our technology resources need to support learning, teaching, campus-wide communications, research, student support services, and the general operations of the college. There are two main components of this. One is that quality training is offered. As we know, technology is constantly being updated. We want to offer professional development to ensure that all constituents are able to use technology resources effectively. Additionally, there needs to be systematic planning for technology resources. We need to acquire, maintain, and upgrade or replace all of our technology in a planned fashion. And again, the evaluation component for technology resources, we need to be evaluating their effectiveness, making improvements, and allocating resources as needed.
And again, PCC fully meets these standards. But, as technology evolves, we have several things that we want to do to continue to improve in this area. So you'll see several AIPs here. The first is to develop procurement guidelines, processes, and professional learning opportunities to ensure instructional materials, resources, and software services are 508 compliant. We need to finalize and implement a clear cycle of regular and ongoing maintenance and refresh. And we need to coordinate technology training so that it's ongoing and systematic so that the needs of the campus are met. And finally, to improve institutional effectiveness, the college needs to develop and implement a comprehensive disaster recovery plan for our enterprise systems, just to ensure that we don't lose any of our accessibility or any of our data. Yes.
What's 508 compliant?
508 compliance is for accessibility. So all of the things that go up on our website, in order for everyone to be able to access that document, there are federal guidelines called 508 compliance. And you have to go through and format everything before it can go up on the website so that it's accessible to all. And that's what 508 compliance is.
So regardless of any potential disability that a user may have, we have to plan for that in advance, not after the fact, but in advance, so when they go to use it, they can access it. So if I'm blind, if I'm deaf, it has to be made available in a way that I can access it.
And that's 508 compliant?
Yes.
There's also an aspect to that in instruction as well. So if an instructor is showing a video in the classroom, it has to be closed captioned. And so a lot of times instructors need those additional resources so that we can have videos and things like that closed captioned so we can show them in our classrooms and maintain compliance.
So the final element of Standard 3 is 3D, financial resources. And the essential element of Standard 3D is that the college mission needs to be driving all financial planning. We need to have internal control structures with appropriate control mechanisms. We need dependable and timely information that's widely disseminated for those who are making resource allocation decisions. And also we need policies and procedures to ensure sound financial practices and financial stability. And finally, of course, the evaluation component. We need to evaluate our financial resource allocations. We need to plan for future needs, and we need to allocate resources to implement improvements that are arrived at based on our evaluations.
And PCC, again, fully meets the standard. And we've worked with the folks in College and Business Services to develop the following AIPs. The first is to continue efforts at structural reform to reduce the percentage of employee compensation of the total operating costs so that, there are resources to address other needs. To more effectively coordinate and support grant development and resources. As you're aware, we have several grants on our campus, and we want to make sure that we're using all of them as effectively and as collaboratively as possibly can. To update the planning handbook and supplemental planning guides. So as you know, we've made several improvements to our integrated planning process. And as we make those changes, the handbooks are now a little outdated, and so we need to make sure that we're updating those. And then finally, the Associate Vice President of Strategic Planning and Innovation will facilitate a process with shared governance leaders to further strengthen the links between evaluation, planning, and resource allocation. And again, that's consistent with all of the recommendations that we've been making to strengthen our integrated planning cycle. Sorry, still me. And so just to give you a little bit of a process update, so we wanted to let you know we're in the final weeks of wrapping up the self-evaluation and finalizing it so that we can give it to you so that you can review it. The Planning and Priorities Committee, according to Policy 2120, has the final approval on each one of these sections. And so we just wanted to let you know where we are in terms of that timeline. First of all, the Planning and Priorities Committee has been working very diligently. We've lengthened meetings, we've added meetings, we are spending a lot of quality time together. And just to let you know that we have finalized and approved, hey there, that's my thumb. We have finalized and approved the eligibility requirements as well as all of Standard 1 and Standard 4. At our last meeting, we started to look at Standard 2, and we will continue with that when we meet again tomorrow and Friday and Monday.
And these additional meetings were added by the committee members so then we can meet our November 10th deadline, which is this coming Monday, to approve all versions of the standards so that we can share those with the governance groups and the Board of Trustees and the community at large, so that the governance groups can initiate their own processes of reviewing the standards. So in closing, I just wanted to take a moment to thank all of the participants that we've had in the process. There has been extensive participation. In serving on standards committees, there have been 22 faculty members, 23 students, 12 classified staff members, and 11 managers. Of the 4 standards committees, we had 4 faculty co-chairs, 3 administrative co-chairs, and 1 classified co-chair. On Planning and Priorities Committee, which serves as the Accreditation Steering Committee, there is representation from all of our constituent groups. When we made the drafts available to the public at large, we received over 50 comments. The Planning and Priorities Committee, during our meeting times, read through each individual comment and comment by comment decided how it would be addressed. Would it be included? Would it be referred to a department to address? We went through all of them. On September 9th, we met with the leaders of the shared governance groups to ask them how we could support their groups in their constituent groups' review of the self-evaluation. This was a very productive meeting. For example, the associated students decided that they would divide the standards among their board members to read and produce feedback. They then invited us to receive this feedback, and we discussed the feedback in person in one of their meetings. We were subsequently able to incorporate all of their feedback into the document. The Academic Senate Executive Board decided that to produce the feedback for the report, that they needed to take a 2-day off-campus retreat, which they did on October 2nd and 3rd. They elected a member of the Executive Board to work with myself, the Associate Vice President of Academic Affairs, and the Associate Vice President of Strategic Planning to review all of the feedback that they had generated. We met 11 times. Each meeting lasted between 1.5 to 2 hours. During these meetings, we went through the feedback comment by comment, discussing each comment, reworking the language, and coming to agreement on language that would incorporate the perspectives of the faculty and all of the campus members. These revisions were built into the drafts that have been sent to the Planning and Priorities Committee. So all of this feedback and input is reviewed by the Planning and Priorities Committee in track changes versions where they see the original and then they see all of the additions that have been added for discuss, review, and these have been the documents that have been approved up to this point. So I would just like to take this opportunity to thank each faculty member, classified staff member, student, and manager that has made this process possible and has brought us to this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments or questions from trustees? Dr. Salvage?
Yes, on the actionable improvement plans, each category where we've got some of those, there are these bullet points. During an accreditation visit, do the accreditation team members expect to see a written statement or a plan or some documentation for each one of those?
You'll see in the documents what the visiting team and what ACC-JC will want to see when they look at the self-evaluation is they'll want to see a statement that says something like to improve institutional effectiveness, meaning that we meet the standard, but we think we can continue to improve. And then they'll want to see that type of statement. And so it'll be written out just like that. As one of the actionable improvement plans. So it'll say something like, to increase institutional effectiveness, the college will and then it'll say specifically what it does. They're not, at that point, asking for us to develop full plans for each one of those. That becomes our responsibility to report on in following documents like the midterm.
Right, and so I was just going to make a quick comment. There is a midterm visit roughly 3 years later, and they basically look to see that we actually completed what we said we were by way of our
this will be a
plan.
checklist for them to say, okay, show me something physical that.
Show evidence that in fact you accomplished the plan that you set forth.
Yeah, and another way to respond to your question, I would say, is after we've gone through the process of finalizing the document, I would say that the next work of the college is then to really take all of these AIPs and to work very diligently in implementing all of them. I've seen at other colleges that before the team arrives, they provide a status report on where the college is in addressing all of the AIPs. And if not that, certainly as Stephanie mentioned in the midterm report, you are required to report on your status for each AIP.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you both for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to public comments on non-agenda items.
Jordan Orozco. You have 3 minutes to speak.
So just to let you know, getting 12 students to read the entire self-evaluation is no easy task, so I'm just letting you guys know that. But yeah, we split it up because there's no way in hell I have time to read that entire self-evaluation. So I actually had something written out for you guys, and it's great to see you all. I haven't seen you in a couple of weeks, and I've gotten scruffy, but there's been, these past couple of weeks have brought up a couple of worries for me, especially as a student. Specifically as a student leader here at PCC. And I just wanted you to be aware of it from my standpoint moving forward from here. So on Monday, I attended the Academic Senate meeting and as well as being on other committees such as the Planning and Priorities Committee and College Council. And there have been some things that I'm concerned about in regards to campus climate. A lot of us feel like the climate is getting better and that we're in a honeymoon phase, and I hate to say that that's not, that is not the case. I want to say that things are going to get better, but from a student standpoint, from a student leader standpoint, it doesn't look that way. When I'm afraid to go into a committee meeting because of certain things that might happen that I don't feel are conducive to an educational environment, it's saying something. And especially when I have students who are coming to me with uncomfortability issues and comments in regards to classroom atmosphere, it is concerning for me as a student leader. One of the things that I encourage my officers and my board members is to always stand by your side, or always stand by who they are and their core values. And the minute one individual loses that will be the minute that I'm going to have to leave my post as president. But that is one thing that I will not allow on my board. You may have difference of opinions, but again, never to lose sight in the core value. I feel like there's some individuals that have lost that on campus, and I feel like we could be doing a lot more to help our students here, especially not feel the grunt work of it. I told one of my board members, it's the good memories that last forever, and it's the positive ones that tend to fade away. I kind of like to think of that about like with people. The bad people tend to either die quicker or we tend to forget them, and it's the good people that really bring out the change. And so I think that in closing, we really need to focus on what really matters to our students, and we really need to do a reevaluation and a reassessment of how our faculty, our staff, and our administration see, because once we start losing sight of our humanity and start looking towards our paychecks more, then that's when we start losing who we are. So that's all I have to say.
Dr. Fellow, can we ask staff to get together with this young man and follow up and see what the issues really are, and then perhaps report back to us as is appropriate?
I will, yes, the answer is I will, but beyond that, it's important to know that discussions to deal with the issues that Jordan just spoke to are ongoing, they're daily, they're hourly. I met with the Academic Senate leadership this afternoon for an hour, and some of these things are being discussed and addressed. So, Jordan, I hear you, and we will continue to talk.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Gina Harris?
He's talking about.
Gina Harris? You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I wanted to address the new bathrooms. They look nice, thank you. But my issue is there are no trash cans. No paper towels, which the air blowers are really nice, but come lunchtime, and you might get 5, 10, 15 ladies in there trying to wash their hands and get out. 2 air dryers aren't enough. And for me being one, they're too short. The other thing is there are no ledges for you to put your things, whether you're carrying a 25-pound backpack like I am, or you're just carrying your purse or your phone or whatever that you might be carrying, there is no place to put them. And I don't know about the other ladies, but I don't always wear things that have pockets to where I can stuff my phone or my keys or whatever. So I just wanted to mention that. Bathrooms are great, but I kind of think the planning was a little bit lacking, because especially if you work here and you bring something. For instance, today I brought soup in my little travel mug, and I wanted to wash it out, and I did, but then all the particles from the residue of the soup was in the sink. I ended up using a gasket to clean that. I clean up behind myself. Everybody doesn't maybe, but I do. I ended up having to use a gasket because there are no paper towels anymore in the bathrooms. And then with that, using the gasket, there's nowhere to throw it. So if there's anything you guys can do to work something out to kind of improve that situation, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Waugh, is that? Thank you. Never mind. Okay, we'll move on to the approval of the minutes, and I'll entertain a motion to approve the, I hope we can do this all at once, the October 1st meeting, the study session for October 15th, and the October 29th meeting.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion from Ms. Brown, a second from Ms. Waugh. For their discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next is the approval of the consent calendars. Are there any items that want to be pulled, or I'll entertain a motion to approve?
Move approval.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Dr. Mann, a second from Ms. Brown. Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Action items today, action item number G, authorization to transmit the first quarterly financial status report. Mr. President?
Basically, it is, as the report indicates, we are obligated to provide reports to the state 4 times per year. This is our first quarterly status report.
I'll move approval.
We have
Second.
a motion from Ms. Brown, a second from Dr. Mann. Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Action item H tonight is the appointment to Measure P Citizens Oversight Committee.
Yes, thank you, President Fellow. We had one remaining member of the Oversight Committee to appoint. That is Dennis Murphy, Trustee Thompson's representative. If you turn over the page, you'll see that that is the individual that's in bold. So we would ask the board's approval of this individual, and then the Measure P committee will be full.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion from Mr. Thompson, a second from Dr. Salvage. Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item number I this evening is the presidential search update, and we have some information from our attorney, Ms. Cooper.
Regarding item IB, the contract number is B150184, and the amount is not to exceed $35,000.
Okay. And we have Dr. Nicholson in the audience today. What you have in front of you is the draft of the position profile and then the approval for the contract for the consultant we'll be using, Ralph Anderson and Associates. Is there any questions this evening?
Oh, okay.
I don't know, is the action item to approve the position paper this evening, or is that going to, just for information? Why don't you come to that?
Good evening, Dr. Fellow and board members. What you have before you is a draft of the position profile. It is being submitted to you for information. We are scheduling a campus forum so that individuals, community members, the campus community can provide input on what they would like to see in terms of personal characteristics and personal abilities on this announcement. And so that is being scheduled for November 14th from 11 to 1, and I don't have the room number at this point in time, but we invite people to come in and give their input to what they would like to see in the new superintendent president. And we'd like to bring this profile back to you on the next board meeting for approval, together with the timeline.
Thank you, Dr. Nixon, for your continued work on this. You've done a great job so far. I will entertain a motion to approve the contract with Ralph Anderson and Associates.
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Ms. Waugh, second from Ms. Brown. Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries with student trustee voting in the affirmative. This evening we have board policy revisions. I will turn to Dr. Mann.
Yes, we have several board policy recommendations, and there's a couple of things I want to point out. First of all, several of these, in fact, the first 1, 2, 3, 4 are the board bylaws, and they're identified as BB for board bylaws. And the second 3 are actually board policies, which is my understanding have gone through the shared governance process. That is correct, right? Dr. Miller or whoever?
Yes.
Yes, it is correct. Okay, and the other thing I would like to point out is we have received, along with the policies, procedures. In my view, this was by mistake, because it's my understanding that we agreed that the board would not look at the procedures to make it really clear that the policies is the board's purview and the procedures is the administration's. But we've done it for years the other way, so it's just a mistake. So if the board members, if that's their understanding, there will not be any more procedures. And actually, the board committee did not look at the procedures. We only looked at the policies. Okay? So we're all agreed on that. So the first bylaw is bylaw 2431. This is one we have seen before, and it's about the selection of the president superintendent. A couple of issues were raised. I invited people, if they had any suggestions or that they wanted to make, any corrections or so on, to contact me. I haven't heard from anyone. I did contact the people that I had appointed to the committee to represent, as my representative, ask them about this policy, this procedure, and got no response. So this is exactly the same policy as we looked at last time. Any questions? Yes, Ms. Wall.
On number 9, I just wanted to clarify. So when you indicate applicant pool, is the applicant pool the, I guess, the screened pool that then is submitted by the screening committee, or is it the entire applicant pool?
It's the entire applicant pool.
So if the screening committee comes back and we say, bring us your best 5, we'll consider 5, but if we have 18 applicants, then all 18 applicants could be interviewed by the trust. Any of the 18 applicants could be interviewed by the trustees. Is that what this intends?
It says that the Board of Trustees may choose to interview any candidate in the applicant pool. Yes, that is correct. Yes. And usually we have more than 18, we have more like 50 or 60. That's what the screening committee does, is it narrows down the number.
So would we make it, so I guess what we would be saying then is, even though we ask the screening committee to bring back X number, and we don't like any of those X number, then we will go anywhere within the pool? Would we give them any reason, or we just can do that arbitrarily?
Well, the policy doesn't address that, but our practice have been, I've been on 4, I think maybe John's been at least one more than I have, is that if for some reason the board has not satisfied with the names that are sent forward, they usually just ask for more names and maybe give some direction as to what kind of person they would like to see. Or the board can decide at that time to continue the search and go searching for more applicants.
Mr. Martin?
I think it's just here for clarity that the board has the right to do it. So that if the board, for some unusual reason, decides to do it, you don't have to deal with the people that cry foul because you did it. It's just being clear and opening up potential. I don't think it needs to be inferred or implied that that's the preferable thing to do.
You know, it's permissive. It says that board may choose to interview any candidate in the applicant pool. And actually, usually the board doesn't know who's in the applicant pool. So the one time in my experience when the board did ask for more candidates, they asked for candidates who had had a certain background and experience. If they would send forward all the qualified candidates they have who had a certain kind of background and experience, and they sent forward 8 more names. But they didn't ask for X person, Y person, Z person, because you don't know who these people are.
So I can see why that would be, under certain circumstances where that would occur. And I was just thinking that, in some way it might be helpful to put a little bit of definition in there so it doesn't look like we're arbitrarily just bypassing the screening and then just going into the pool to select, I don't know, maybe it's the 18th ranked person out of 18, but we happen to like that person.
Well, you raised this point the last time, and I said we would take it under consideration. I invited anyone who wanted to contact me. The shared governance representatives were here. No one contacted me. I think Mr. Cairo suggested that I talk with people who had served on the committee, which I did. I talked to the people I knew, or the people I had appointed, and no one else, I found no other expression of concern. Yeah, John?
Well, as I said in our very first part of this meeting, I think it's hard this process is the number one responsibility that we're elected to fulfill. And I think it's hard to sit here today and think of all the millions of scenarios that could happen to future boards in future cases in unusual circumstances. So as we're drafting these policies, I believe it's important to give future boards as much latitude as we can to deal with unusual circumstances. So I think here we just are saying this up front as a point of clarity. It's almost the legal definition of being on the board as a responsibility. This is what you're supposed to do. So I don't know that I expect any board to do that. I just think it's a good practice to give future boards in unusual circumstances the opportunity to be able to maneuver if they need to.
Thank you. Ms. Brown?
Just wanted to chime in that. Beginningly, I did not really think this was a good idea, but after I spoke with a few of the members from the community and, process it, I sort of agree with Trustee John, because when I first came on the board, some of the screening committee members did make some comments, but the reality is that we are not going to just use this sentence to go fishing for a candidate. So I think it's okay to leave it there.
Okay, thank you.
And the other thing I might point out is it doesn't, it does say that the board will select the candidates from the ones that are screened. I've been aware of presidential searches where the boards have gone out and hired and selected someone completely different. And the committee is called throughout a screening committee, not a selection committee, not a search committee. They screen. They don't conduct the search. They don't make the selection. They screen and evaluate the applicants. The consultant conducts the search. The board makes the selection. So, I mean, I think it's pretty clear. And as I said, I didn't get on the phone and call anyone except the people I knew and could remember served, but I had no comments from anybody on this.
So I'll just make one final comment. I understand the wisdom of why we would do this. Dr. Mann and I sat on one committee where we were just discussing how without a clear articulation of what the policy or what that procedure looks like, sometimes without meaning to do so, unintentionally, our actions may be seen as arbitrary. And so that's the only reason I raise, should we make this more clear? However, I'm willing to go with the majority of the board, and if no one gave any comments to Dr. Mann, I'm okay. But I do think that it's always in our best interest to be as transparent in the process as possible so that we don't look like we're arbitrary.
And I really appreciate Trustee Wall bringing this up, because as we go through the process, if someone says, well, we didn't know the board could do that, we can say, why don't you go back and listen to this meeting? I hope it's clear to everyone that that's what the policy says. The board may choose to interview any candidate in the applicant pool.
Thank you, Dr. Mann. Can I also interject at this point, since we're talking about it, on number 13, if the board of trustees could begin thinking about the community representative they would like to appoint, we'll be doing that very shortly. Thank you.
Okay, the next policy is Board Bylaw 2432. This is on the superintendent president succession, and this is exactly the old policy, except we have updated some of the names, and we have put in timelines which are legally required. So the amount of time that we could have someone who was not president, someone serving in their place, and the amount of time for an acting superintendent president. That is the only difference. Any questions or comments on this one? Okay. The next policy is it's Board Bylaw 2610. It's on the presentation of initial collective bargaining agreements. And again, there's only one section in here which is different from our existing policy. And essentially on page 2 says the superintendent president is directed to enact processes that comply with the government code. And I think that it's a legal requirement. Are there any questions on that? Okay, the next policy is Board Policy 2720. This is a new policy. The language is required, is legally required, and it simply it regulates how board members can communicate outside of the meetings. Any questions on this one? Okay, next policy is Board Policy 3200. This policy is the accreditation policy, and this is a board policy. It has gone through the shared governance process, and what we have done is we have added language required by the Western Association of Schools and Colleges, which simply says the superintendent president shall ensure that the district complies with their regulations, keeps the board informed, make sure the board is involved, and provides the board with a summary of reports and action taken in response to the recommendations. And in fact, it makes it clear who is ultimately responsible for ushering the accreditation process through. Are there any questions on that? That's required by the Accreditation Association. The next one, and then the procedures we are not looking at. The next one is Board Policy 3300 on public records. And actually, this is very simple. It just says the superintendent president shall establish administrative procedures for records management according to the California Public Records Act. And then there's a there's a 2-page procedure, which we are not looking at. We're just looking at the policy. Any questions on that? Okay. And the next one is Board Policy 4020, and this is on program curriculum and course development. There is a new language legally required, which it requires the involvement of the faculty, how programs are reviewed. There's a definition here of a credit hour. This is extreme. This is on the second page. This is extremely important. The definition of a credit hour, it is required by the Accreditation Commission. And when I was recently on a accreditation site team, we were told, check and make sure every single class that in the catalog fits this definition, and that's a requirement from the Department of Education. So this language here is helping us meet the accreditation standards, what a credit hour is, what a clock hour is. And then there is an administrative procedure which shows how this will be done. Any questions on that? And President Fellow, with your permission, I would like to ask, since the shared governance representatives are in the audience, if there is any concern from the shared governance representatives, it's their understanding that this has gone through the appropriate process coming to us before we act on it. Mr. Cairo. Pardon me? Yes. Oh, God. I want to hear it now rather than later.
It's true.
First of all, thank you very much for asking for opinion. In regards to the first point, you stated that you contacted the people you know to ask how they felt about that.
I'm asking you about if they've gone through shared governance.
No, it has not gone through. No, it has not.
None of these have gone through shared governance?
No, they have not. We have not discussed these at any academic senate meeting.
Has it gone through the college council? That was my understanding.
Well, they have not been discussed.
Mr. Kohlrich, can you clarify that?
I don't recall discussing these. For example, if we look at the issue, okay, it's what we're discussing right now.
It's the policies, the 4 policies.
Right.
The board policies.
I'm of the opinion that I have not. The ones that we're discussing at the moment. These that are here that Trustee Mann just spoke of, I'm of the opinion that they haven't. Perhaps we can look at the minutes, but I don't recall giving that. And they have not gone through the academic senate either.
Okay, I did not tell Trustee Fellow I was going to do this, but I don't want to hear afterwards that you hadn't seen them. That's why I asked you up front.
Thank you very much.
So we will pull these and we will clarify this. And maybe what we need is some kind of a written. I'm very concerned that we try to address our whole understanding the way shared governance operates.
I will ensure.
And since you're sitting right there, that's why I ask you.
Thank you. I will ensure that November 17th at our next Senate meeting, these will be on the agenda and we will thoroughly vet them.
Okay, and do you get the agenda? You get the board agenda in advance?
Yes,
correct?
I do. Yes.
It would be extremely helpful, if not just Mr. Cairo, but the other shared governance groups, if you could look at it, and if there's
Yes.
an issue, bring it to us in advance.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So
So for clarity, Dr. Mann, you're referencing to President Cairo the BP policy.
The BP policies,
Not the BB, that's the board bylaws just for the board.
that's just for the board.
So we could approve the BB policies
what I'm gonna
tonight,
recommend.
but not, we don't
Not the
want to
B-
approve
not
the BP.
Not the BP. And next time, we'll make sure we'll have, I'm sorry, Chris, but let's just make sure. And so I'm moving that we approve the BBs.
And I'll second
We have
that.
Why don't we identify them?
Yes.
motion from Dr. Mann, a second from Ms. Brown. Further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying.
Let's identify what it is we're voting on.
Okay,
By voting on 2431, Superintendent President Selection, 2432, Superintendent President Succession, 2610, Presentation of Initial Collective Bargaining Proposals, and 2720, Communications among Board Members.
right.
Okay.
Further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimous with the student trustee voting in the affirmative. The next item tonight is deals with the Veterans Village project in an MOU that is before us.
So thank you, President Fellow. I would ask Associate Vice President Olivo to come to the podium along with Patty Orange Martin, our Veterans Coordinator. And it looks like other folks as well.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, President Miller, and audience members. My name is Dr. Cynthia Olivo, and this is Patty Derange Martin. And tonight we also have Jeff Blake from the Veterans Administration, along with David Holt. And Dave, if you could please give your title and background with the VA.
Hi, it's good to be here with you. My name is David Holt. I'm the Associate Director of the VA Medical Center in West Los Angeles. We're over the Pasadena Clinic. So I'm here tonight to talk about that.
Great. Also in the audience, I'd like to recognize our partners in this project. Some of them are here. We have Enrique Robles from Congresswoman Judy Chu's office, as well as Denise Wadsworth from Rotary Club of San Marino. And Ruben Smith is here as well from facilities. He's been valuable in this process. So all of you in your packet have a PowerPoint presentation along with a frequently asked questions document. We also included a version of a brochure that the committee has worked on and a flyer for an upcoming event that we'd like to invite everyone to, and that is a Veterans Day event in the city of Pasadena next Tuesday. You're all invited. So what I would like to do is briefly go through some of the important points in the PowerPoint presentation. Just to remind everyone, what we are seeking is to get approval for expansion of the existing Veterans Resource Center. It is currently 825 square feet, and to move it to a modular unit, it would increase the size to 1,925 square feet. Additionally, as Patty was going around town sharing some of the good work we're doing for our veterans in our Veterans Resource Center, she was approached by the Veterans Administration to potentially partner to open a Veterans Health Clinic. And you all approved for us to go and fundraise and get some funds together so that we could continue to cultivate this idea. And at this point, we have $55,000 fundraised, and we are waiting to hear from a donor who is considering donating $100,000 to this project. In the Veterans Resource Center, we host a variety of services. For the Veterans Health Clinic, what we plan to host, I'm going to ask our partners to please describe the types of services that will be available to veterans in the health clinic.
We're thrilled to partner with you on this. One of the major things that we believe this project will do is put you on the map. You already have the largest student veteran population in the country. We believe that this is the first of its kind in the VA to partner with a college campus to offer joint healthcare services on campus for both students and for the community. So community veterans, we have a small number who would come in, as well as your students. The types of services we would offer include women's health, mental health services, primary care. So for example, each veteran that is assigned here would have their own primary care provider, including a physician, a nurse, a clerk to schedule the appointments. And we have what's called, it's unique in the VA, it's called primary mental health care, where we embed a psychiatrist or a psychologist in with the primary care team, so we can deal with both the psychological issues the patient might be having as well as the physical conditions the veteran might be having. We also have a clinic in downtown Los Angeles, just 12 miles away, that has a lot of specialty care services that would be available for us to bring specialists up to Pasadena, take veterans down to our clinic downtown, and coordinate those services very closely with all of you. So in a nutshell, it would be a primary care team that includes women's health and as well as mental health services.
Thank you. And so some of the voices of the students, I was able to capture themes that emerged in what our students share about the potential of having health services available to them as veterans on campus. And some of their sentiments include the transitional challenges they face when they're trying to become now civilians and students who have very busy lives, and they're unable to make the trip over to West LA, and it really is intrusive upon their studies. And so like many student services resources and programs, this is identifying a community of students, figuring out what they need, and finding the resources to meet those needs. Now, what kinds of resources does this translate to into dollars and cents? In order to have a physician or a primary medical care provider, a site manager, a nurse, a medical assistant, the VA is approximating that at a $600,000 value at minimum per year. And if we enter into this agreement over 5 years, that's a $3 million investment. And I don't know if you wanted to add any information to that, or is this capturing all of that? Pretty good. Okay. So we would be able to gain around $3 million of resources for our student veterans. We would be guaranteed this staffing over the course of a 5-year period. And that is what we're seeking today, your approval for us to be able to go forward in negotiating a memorandum of understanding with the Veterans Administration. Now, to get into the location and logistics of this, and that's the slide that I'm on in your packet, location and logistics. The Veterans Resource Center, as I mentioned, would be 1,920 square feet. The Veterans Health Center would be 1,440 square feet. There would be 2 to 3 exam rooms and 1 restroom. We would have parking available for visitors of the health clinic and the employees of the health clinic. And the project completion timeline, it would take around 18 months from the date the modular is purchased. And we have a completion milestone timeline that we can provide you tonight, just to map out from the point of grand opening backwards, what our milestones are in what order, and I can provide that for you. The location, if you look on the next slide, the location would be in parking lot 3, and then there are renderings available for you as well. The operational hours of the Veterans Health Center, it would be Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., and hours may be expanded as needed. The number of patients, there would be approximately 10 to 20 appointments available per day. And we anticipate that within the first year, approximately 1,200 veterans will avail themselves of the services. In regards to security, the VA Chief of Police will work with our campus police and Pasadena PD to create protocols. And in regards to our students in the allied health programs participating in conducting rotations in the Veterans Health Clinic, we would have approximately 70 students per year to be able to conduct their clinical rotations there. And these would be students from RN program, LVN, medical assisting, and dental assisting. And then our committed funders to this point, we have the Stars of Hope Foundation. They have donated $25,000. American Legion Post 13, $10,000. Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 3208, $10,000. Rotary Club of San Marino, $10,000. Private donations, $1,000. And our grant application, which is currently under review, for $100,000. I'd like to mention our partners that meet with us every week. We meet on either Tuesday or Wednesday evening to review our fundraising goals and efforts. And that is the VA, PCC, Congresswoman Judy Chu, American Legion, Disabled American Veterans, Rotary International, Esperanza Services, and Veterans of Foreign Wars. I'd be happy to take your questions at this time, along with the people in the audience who could be helpful in answering the questions.
Just a quick question that's important. You mentioned a milestone document. I'm not sure why we don't have the PowerPoint going, but can you at least verbalize what the milestones are? I think that's an important piece of information for the board.
Yes, our milestones would include from grand opening backwards. We expect to have our fundraising completed by early spring of next year. Great, thank you. So we would like to have this month to approve the expansion of the VRC, refine our MOU, approval of the MOU by the end of the month. In December and January, have a press conference and signing ceremony. Purpose to publicly share approval and commitment for the project and to continue our fundraising efforts. The fundraising goal at the end of 3 months would be $125,000. Months 4 through 6, we would ask that Mr. Smith submit the paperwork to the state for approval, and there is, some lengthy federal guidelines that he must follow, along with purchasing the modular units. And then construction hopefully would begin in April 2015. Our fundraising goal would be completed, and this would be in February and April of 2015. And then May 2015, construction would be ongoing, and so then it would be finished by August of 2016. So we would expect for this to be completed by fall of 2016.
So it's approximately 18 months, give or take.
Yes.
Ms. Brown?
Thank you. So I have several questions.
Okay.
As you know.
Good, and we have folks here who can
Well,
answer.
first of all, my question to Mr. Smith, which is one of ours. I see we have 318, I guess, thousand is what is estimated for the modular.
Yes.
My question about that is that a finished product? When we invest $318,000, what does it give us? And should this, after 5 years, should we not want to be here anymore for one reason or another? What happens with that modular? Is it going to be, again, cost? We're going to have to invest just give me a little bit on that.
Well, that $318,000 includes the design and plan check review process with the Division of State Architect. So that's included in the VRC as well as the 2 modulars. The modulars would definitely last more than 5 years, but that's pending any possible facilities master plan that can incorporate something more permanent for the modular, and those modulars can actually be repurposed for something else in the future. So the $318,000 is for a total build-out of the Veterans Resource Center, including fixtures and equipment and technology.
Thank you, Ruben.
You're welcome.
Okay.
So I just wanted to clarify, that's the center, that's the resource center, not the clinic, right?
That is correct.
And the clinic is being built out by the Veterans Administration. They're paying for that. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct. That's the fundraiser portion of that.
Oh, I'm confused now. So we're having the modular, and we're having another building for the clinic? I don't understand.
The Veterans Village is being proposed as one location. So you have a veterans resource, the clinic, as well as the VRC. The total construction cost would be about $475,000. If the decision was made only to pursue the center, that would be to $318,000.
Oh, well, that's not very clear.
Trustee Brown, that's why on there it says the Veterans Health Clinic would be 1,425 square feet, and in the PowerPoint.
Okay.
In the PowerPoint, it has the Veterans Resource Center is 1,920 square feet, and the Veterans Health Clinic is 1,420 square feet. That's two separate modulars.
Well,
Yes.
okay, all right, good. Thank you for that clarification.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead.
In the pictures, it looks like there's, if you look at the lines on the roof, it looks like there's 3 modulars. I'm assuming one's the health, one's the center, and one's the restroom. Or is that just the picture, the standard picture that comes in, it happens to have 3 lines on the roof?
No, we're actually going to, we've been revising and reviewing several different iterations of a design. It would be 4 modulars. Originally, we thought we would go with 3 modulars. One would be 1,400 square feet. The challenge that we have is we can't get the exact square footage in that 3rd modular, so it requires 1 additional modular, which would be a restroom module. So it would be 4 modulars total.
And it's true. What were we going to invest in the upgrade of the VRC and the W building?
Yes, $307,000 would be the investment into the W building.
So in essence, we're trading dollars, 307W, 318 to build out this part of the Veterans Village, and then the additional 250 will complete the construction costs.
Okay, so since I still have the floor, now my other question is, I know that we're in the process of doing our facilities master plan. How does this, is this going to fit in with it? Which, as far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't have a problem. It's in our parking lot. But the reality is this going to be something that tie into what we're planning for PCC?
If I may, you might recall a few meetings ago that Dean Freund was here and provided the Health and Allied Sciences vision for a whole floor of a building that would be a community clinic. And in that clinic, we would do all the clinical hours for the LVNs, the RNs, phlebotomists, dental assisting, and what have you. Assuming the Centennial Facilities Plan makes this recommendation that we would someday have a health and allied sciences building on campus, it's envisioned that this clinic, as well as all the other things that were envisioned, would go into the first floor of this building. So that could be 10 years from now, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years from now. If that happened, and if this venture with the Veterans Administration was successful, then we would fold that into the overall health and allied health clinic that we would be envisioning down the road.
Okay, that's good. Okay, and one final question. I think this is for the veteran. I guess it's the vice president. So my question to you is, I understand that there have been several clinics that have closed. Could you reassure us why would we succeed partnering with you?
The first clinic that was up, we moved that clinic because we were trying to reach all of our San Gabriel Valley veterans, and the location wasn't a good location. So we then relocated it to try to accommodate more veterans. The second vendor actually walked away from his contract with the VA, pulled all his providers, nurses, doctors, and everything, and just canceled his contract. And so we were left holding the bag. Our veterans did not have a place to be treated. So when the contractor left, We moved those patients down to our downtown clinic 12 miles from here, and they've been treated there ever since. Also, veterans in the Pasadena area go to multiple sites. We have our West Los Angeles campus, Sepulveda, in the San Fernando Valley. Many of them go as far as Gardena, and so they're seen at a variety of locations. What we believe this brings to the table is a great location that everyone knows where Pasadena City College is. It's well known. You have public transportation to get here. We believe it's the ideal location to reach our Pasadena veterans where we might not have been successful in the past.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Dr. Salvage?
What percentage of the patients is it envisioned would be PCC student veterans?
What percentage of the total patients that would potentially use the clinic be our student veterans is the question?
We'll piggyback.
So about, so about a third of our veterans are utilizing their GI Bill. So if they're utilizing their GI Bill, I would assume that at least 80% of them are eligible for VA benefits and for health benefits. In order to be able to use a VA health clinic, you need to be retired from the military with those benefits. You need to have had a military-connected injury or disability, or as our new veterans, and what we're seeing with our student veterans, would be they would have had to been within 5 years of them being discharged from the military. So those would be the ones that would be eligible for health services. So of our students, I would say between 200 and 250, perhaps, if I had to guess.
When we closed the Pasadena clinic before, there were approximately 1,200 veterans. So along with your student veterans and about 1,200 in the community, that's where we anticipate about 1,200 the first year. Combination of those who start to trickle in from the community, as well as your students that are here on campus. What we envision is it'll be great for your students because they'll have the one-stop shop right here on campus. They don't have to worry about the transportation. They can come right into the clinic. We'll have to work with the community veterans as they trickle in as well to find appropriate locations and parking. We believe that we've already adjusted the amount of parking for the 10 to 20 patients per day that we anticipate coming.
Thank you. Before us this evening.
I've got a couple more questions.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So that's.
Before you, can I answer? Okay, for the question you just asked, I just also want to point out, there's no way to know this. There's no one to ask. There's no model to look at. This is not something that's happened before. I understand the question. It's a good question. But I know for a fact that more than half of my veteran friends who don't go to the VA will definitely go to the VA if it's on the corner right there. So if you want to know about veteran students, there's no way to know. There's a huge difference between fighting traffic, waiting for a ride, doing whatever, missing class, missing whatever, to go way over to the VA to be seen, and walking to the corner of the campus. So there's no way to project that at all. No one can.
Yes, I went down to the VA clinic in the city of Commerce, and just to see what one of these operations look like. By the way, I'm a vet. I don't use the VA medical facilities, but went down there to see what it looked like and just sort of kick the tires. And they've got about 5,000 square feet, which is about 5 times the size of what we're talking about here. They've got one module, I think is what you call it, one module of staffing, with a doctor, nurse, medical assistant, and do you know how many they serve? How many vets they serve per year?
City of Commerce.
We're assuming you're referring to our East Los Angeles clinic in the city of Commerce.
Yes.
We have about 1,200 there as well. It's a small clinic. We're getting ready to expand that clinic to include mental health. We haven't previously, but it'll be about the same number of patients as you have here. Why wouldn't we need that much space at the beginning? Because this is new, as the gentleman here just said. We're starting out brand new. We don't know. We're projecting some demand, but things could change, and we would like this to be dynamic. The reason we love this modular concept is it allows us to expand if we need to. We can come back to you at a future date. But it's small enough that we can build slowly. We don't want to jump into this. We want you to be successful. We want to be successful. We want our veteran students and the veteran community to be successful. By the way, thank you, sir, for your service in the military and any other veterans that are here today. We believe that we have the best medical care in the country for our veterans. We consistently rank in the top of regardless of what you hear in the news. In all aspects of quality, the VA has come out superior. We would love to partner with you and allow your students to benefit from that high quality health care.
What criteria would you use to determine whether or not the East LA or this is successful, or whether you would close it down?
Criteria, we always hear the voice of the veteran. That is our #1 criteria. There are many metrics that we can use to assess patient satisfaction and quality. The veterans tell us if we're successful. They will come in numbers. We will hear them. We will listen to them. Similar to the private sector, in the VA, we use what's called the HCAHPS and CAHPS customer service scores that compare the VA with all other healthcare hospitals in the United States. We can assess patient satisfaction. So demand, metrics including patient satisfaction. We also in the VA have a series of almost 120 clinical performance measures, such as prevention measures. Did you get your flu shot? Did you get your mammogram? And every one of your veterans will benefit from those metrics and making sure that we give them the preventive care that student veterans often take for granted. They're so busy in their studies, they often forget the prevention. And that's one of the major focuses in the VA, is we keep them well so they don't get sick. We take care of their PTSD up front to help prevent further complications down the road. We take care of their preventative medicine first to keep them well and get them through school. So we'll be spending a lot of time on the prevention piece and keeping them well.
Mr. Thompson?
My understanding is that we're being asked this evening to give authorization to move forward and to put together an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, which will then be brought back to the board for further review and action at a subsequent meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Thompson. What we have been working on with the VA, just even as of yesterday, is refining the language in the Memorandum of Understanding. And so we would bring that back to you on a contracts log so that you could review and approve that.
Any expectation as to when that might happen?
Yes, we are currently refining the language of that, and we'll put it before our lawyer for review, as well as President Miller.
Right, and it sounded like, per the timeline, you got an aggressive target at the end of this month, early part of next month. Is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Brown?
So when you say we, who are we? Who is putting the MOU together?
Myself, along with Patty Durange, everybody that I mentioned that's a stakeholder in this. We have the Veterans Administration.
Well, that's what I want to hear.
Patty, myself, Dr. Miller.
Right, and let me also add, we've been carefully and diligently working our way through this process for many months now. One of the things that we did is we had a meeting on Tuesday morning, which included Trustee Waugh, Trustee Selvage, Trustee Thompson, and staff. And so we went through, and Student Trustee Lewis. We carefully went through this presentation. We talked about the draft of the MOU, and it was agreed that it would be appropriate, and I think this would be appropriate, as I mentioned earlier, that we would include Trustee Thompson and Trustee Selvage in a discussion regarding that MOU. So before it comes back to this body, it will be vetted by at least 2 members of the body for their review and their input. So that would be my recommendation.
One final question. Who will be taking care of, I would assume, the Veteran Administration, but what kind of accreditation would you need to have a healthcare clinic here? And what liability would we, as a community college, will have?
The VA, like most hospitals in the United States, is accredited by several bodies. First of all, the Joint Commission. They used to be known as a Joint Commission for the Accreditation of Hospitals. So we have a triennial survey that we continuously do, and they go out and survey all of our clinics. So we're going to open up the clinic to the same standards as every clinic and hospital in America, and they will be part of that survey process. Additionally, we're audited by our Investigator General of the VA. It's called the OIG CAP process, where they send a team out on a regular basis to assess the clinic to assure patients are being well cared for. Particularly the OIG, the Office of Investigator General, looks at women's health, because we're very concerned about our women veterans, and you're concerned about your women student veterans, who often have suffered military sexual trauma in the military and come back very traumatized. We're trying to help them reintegrate back into society. So the OIG focuses a lot on the quality and the experience that our veterans have in our clinics. The Joint Commission focuses much on the environment of care, the quality of care, patient safety, and so we abide by all of those regulations.
Ms. Wah?
I did hear a second part of that question, if I may. I'm Jeff Blake. I'm the Acting Chief of Communications for the VA here in Greater Los Angeles. You mentioned liability, and so one of the clauses in that MOU that was provided to us by our Office of General Counsel is referencing the U.S. Tort Claims Act, the Federal Tort Claims Act, that is, which essentially says that the federal government insures any kind of liability due to negligence or wrongdoing of federal employees in pursuit of their jobs as federal employees. So these would be VA employees who are situated in a clinic on your campus, but they're performing their functions as federal employees, and the liability is covered under the Federal Tort Claims Act.
And finally and briefly, our General Counsel Cooper, as well as our Executive Director of Business Services, Simon Eschi, will be looking at things very carefully from our risk management perspective, and also talking with our third-party insurers and providers to make sure that we are covered in the appropriate way.
Very good.
Okay, thank you. Before us this evening, okay, another question?
Yeah, I just want to, I think Dr. Olivo had given a statistic at the Tuesday meeting, which wasn't mentioned here, which I thought was one of the compelling reasons that this could be a great partnership, and that is we've had a great deal of difficulty getting our allied health students the clinical experience they need to move forward. And my understanding is the VA is going to give priority to our students to allow them to get that experience, which I think is really great. And I think you gave some number to the metric of 60 or 70 students a year, which I think is really quite a benefit to us. I actually do think that this is going to be wildly successful. I don't think we're going to have a time where people have to adjust and build trust. So I guess my question to the VA would be, we've been in, I know Ms. Derange Martin has been working with the VA for quite some time trying to get this memorandum of understanding, get some nuts and bolts in place. But if this should prove to be a wildly successful pilot or I guess a proof of concept, then how quickly would the VA, and you see that there's a pent-up demand, how quickly will the VA be able to move to increase capacity in other sites? And I know we're looking at the facilities master plan and the new Allied Health Center, but there could be other opportunities.
Well, to give you an idea of how quickly we can move, some folks don't believe federal government can move very quickly. But to give you an idea of how quickly we're moving, we already have the staff recruited for the Pasadena clinic. So I've got clerks, I have the doctors that are going to be here. We're ready to go. When that building is open, they're working down at our downtown clinic, we move them right in. So in a similar fashion, our downtown clinic will function as the support site. When we expand, we're ready to go. I've got the staff ready to move up. So you want to move forward. We believe exactly like you do that this is going to be wildly successful. It's first of a kind. We think it's going to bring national recognition to both you and the VA. But we're putting so many resources into this, we're getting them in ahead of time. So we don't have to hesitate on human resources and recruitment and staffing. We have the staff in place, ready to go. We can do the same thing on expansion. We have a large clinic in downtown Los Angeles with multiple primary care teams that we can utilize and bring up here whenever we need. We have multiple women health programs down there. One of the first things we're going to do when we open up this clinic with you is to assess how much of a balance we need between a women's health provider and your male students. And then we can quickly adjust to bring in the right resources that you need to match the number of women veterans you have versus male veterans. So we're ready and poised to do that. This is so important to us that we're bringing the resources in ahead of time so we can support whatever direction we go.
Mr. Thompson?
I concur with Trustee Wah. I think this will be a very successful program and, much more importantly, a very, very, very important program and advantage for not only our students but for the community and the area, the veterans in the area and all that. And so I would move that we authorize staff, the college, to move forward a process of preparing a memorandum of understanding with the basis of what we discussed this evening and bring it back to us at your earliest convenience.
Second.
We have a motion from Mr. Thompson, a second from, is it Ms. Wah? Or Dr. Mann? Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries with the student trustee voting in the affirmative. At this time, information items. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
There are,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
so I just want to very quickly mention a couple of things that are happening. We are heavily engaged in conversations regarding dual enrollment and concurrent enrollment opportunities. To that degree, we've had Diane Holmes on our campus. Diane is from Santa Barbara City College, and she's providing consulting services for our staff and faculty as to how we would move forward with what we're calling the Pasadena Academic Career Trust, or PACT. So this is just, I do want to give the board an update that we're moving on that. And in fact, I believe tomorrow evening, Dr. Levo and Trustee Brown and others are going to be with POSD. Maybe I'm wrong about Trustee Brown. You look a little shocked about that. So anyway, other people will be there presenting to the POSD board to get them up to speed. So that's that. I just want to kind of mention that we're making good progress on that. Also, I wanted to just very briefly report that we had a very successful trip to Shanghai. There are 2 very significant international education opportunities that we're looking at. I'll be providing a much more greater depth report in the near future to the board. I want to remind the board that international education brings in $8 million annually right now, given our size, and this is one of our 2 significant revenue enhancement models or initiatives this year, international ed, but also our non-credit program and the building of our non-credit program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now turn to reports, and Dr. Douglas, on behalf of the Management Association.
We always like to see you jog over there.
Got to get some exercise in today. I just want to report a couple things. One is that we had our monthly management meeting today, and thinking about Matt's discussion of Standard 3 earlier in the evening, we did, Dr. Corner handed out a draft of a professional development program for managers, and so we're working on that. We also had some training today at lunch, and the last thing, of course, is I want to invite you to the annual holiday party hosted by the Management Association. So please put that on your calendar, December 9th, 9 to 11, right here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cairo, Academic Senate.
Good evening once again. So let me start off with what was discussed earlier during the meeting in terms of the presentation regarding communication. First of all, you don't need to form or be part of any committees to be part of this campus. The Board of Trustees has, in the C building, an office. And I believe if you were to spend a little bit of time in that office, coffee with the faculty, with all employees, I think you can become more aware of what is happening here, and I think that's an excellent way of opening communication. And since communication was important, is such an important thing to the board, I did hear something that I found odd, and I'm going to pose a question. It was stated in the afternoon that the relations between the Senate and the board used to be good. So I take it that since I become president, those relations are no longer good. So my question to you is, why not? What have I done, or what has our Senate done to cause these relations to be bad?
I haven't heard that comment, so I don't have any.
Trustee Mann made that.
I made it.
Yeah.
But we're not having a dialogue here. We
No,
could have a dialogue.
you have the opportunity to, but that is a concern of mine, because I believe since the issue of winter came on many years ago, I did offer a suggestion that why not get the opinions of the employees and the students as to whether or not winter is good by coming to campus. I even suggested I can facilitate an office or a room where you can sit and ask the students these questions, but you have chosen not to. So I don't know if it's me, if it's the current Senate, but those relations are, according to Dr. Mann, not good. And if you're truly interested in communication, now would be a good time to start and tell me what is wrong. Or you can tell me later. Or you can tell me later. That's fine. You can tell me later.
Report, please.
In regards to the presentation that was given today regarding self-accreditation, I'd like to give you a different opinion as to what is happening. The Planning Priorities Committee has made a decision that they will not accept any changes once they've gone through the self-accreditation report. So, Dr. Mann, you were there when some faculty members were at the Hilton at a retreat. Now, what we did is we read the report thoroughly, and there were many, many changes, many problems. So, the creators of this report did not do a good job. And as a result, there's been the necessity, as you heard today, by Dr. Scott and the Vice President, Chris Pilon, to spend many hours incorporating those changes. Now, once those changes go through, that have been accepted by the administration and the Senate, then what should happen is that those changes go to the Planning Priorities Committee, they review them, make changes if necessary. Well, one of the things that they're doing is they're looking at standards that have not been incorporated yet by Dr. Scott and the Senate. Now, my concern is this. They're incorporating changes that we have not agreed to yet. One of the, Matt Jordan made the statement that he received, I think the word was 50 changes from various people on campus. Well, I have not seen those changes. Now, I don't know about you, but would you sign a document that you have not thoroughly vetted? I will not. And so what they're saying is that come November 10th, I will receive a document for me to sign that if I find a necessity that changes need to be incorporated, I will not be given that opportunity. And the same goes to you. Do you know how much time you will have to look at this report? And if you find it necessary to make a change, will you be given that opportunity? So the process is bad. You need to be aware of that. You need to be aware that we will not have, you and I will not have the sufficient time to look at this document and incorporate changes if needed and then sign. Now, if you choose to simply accept the document and sign it, that's a different story, okay? But I'm not that type of individual. I need to read it, I need to vet it, and if changes need to be incorporated in order for me to sign, that's what should happen. But the way it's been set up, it will not be possible. I just wanted to make you aware of that. Okay, so the good things. There is as you're aware, I think we've made this statement earlier, there is a leadership group that has been formed between the management, the academic leadership, and classified leadership. Now, what we are doing is we have come together from our own free time to discuss what the problems of this campus are and try to find a solution. Within sometime this month, we have created a document that we're going to send out to our employees here on campus, asking them what they believe the problems are, and try to find solutions. So what we intend to do is have this document send out to all employees here. We'll try to find out what the solutions are, try to incorporate them, because we believe that we of all people, the leadership of this campus, are the best ones indicated to find solutions for this campus, because we are dedicated to this campus. Despite the fact that we have issues, we are still willing to put the time and effort in order to move this campus forward. Second, as I mentioned, there are a lot of issues here on campus, but one of the big benefits that we have at the moment is that we, the Academics and Executive Committee, have faith in Dr. Miller. We have a lot of issues, but one thing that did not exist, that exists today, is that we sent Dr. Miller an email informing him of some issues. Dr. Miller said, well, let's get together. And as he stated, we had a very fruitful conversation today. Now, from that conversation, I'm not going to tell you that we came out excited because we got it, because everything was resolved. But the point here is that the perception that Dr. Miller is willing to work with the Senate, that he, the administration, and as well as the executive committee are on the same page to move or to do what's best for the entire campus. So Dr. Miller, first of all, on behalf of the executive committee and myself, I want to thank you for that meeting, and you gave us the feeling that we can make the necessary improvements, and I think within a couple of months we're going to start seeing those changes here on campus. So thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. Graziella Carangella, mi piace il suo nome.
Now you're just showing off, yeah.
It's a beautiful name. I love that name.
Thank you so much. And I'm feeling a little under the weather tonight, so I apologize if my voice is a little scratchy. But good evening, trustees. On behalf of the Classified Senate, I'm informing you that we had a fall general meeting last week on October 30th. We had a really good turnout with about 100 staff members in attendance. Currently, we're also in the process of planning a classified outreach. We're trying to specifically target the facilities, Child Development Center, the Community Education Center, and the Rosemead site. And the reason we're reaching out to these specific areas is because primarily to recognize their hard work and dedication to the college, but also to let them know that the Senate is here. We're available to them as a resource, and because we understand that sometimes it may be difficult for them to attend some of the Senate meetings or the events that we have here on campus. So that's currently what the Classified Senate is doing.
Thank you very much. Mr. Orozco, Associated Students.
Okay, so first and foremost, I would like to thank you on behalf of all of our veteran students here for approving them and getting this thing on the ball. It's really a great opportunity for our vet students, and I know Marshall's been working long and hard on this, but as a rep for the entire student body, thank you for that. This is going to be a really great opportunity. I would like to remind you this is homecoming week. Our homecoming game is a Saturday against Bakersfield. Starts at 4 p.m. I will be there. I'll be driving one of the cars with one of the lovely individuals that are going to be crowned for homecoming king and queen. So we encourage you to come out, participate, watch some football, have some wonderful times with us. We also just recently approved the budget for clubs. I know it's a little late in the game, but a little better late than never. So clubs are now allowed to freely spend money, not loosely, but according to their guidelines, they're allowed to spend money on a couple of things. So you'll be starting to see some good events come out this semester. Other than that, I've been working really hard on PMP, accreditation, and a lot of my board members as well are on a couple of other committees too. So that's it.
Thank you, Jordan. Mr. Martin.
No comment, thank you.
Dr. Mann.
I have nothing to report.
Ms. Waugh.
I have lots. Okay, first I want to thank Dr. Bell and Mr. Ranj Martin for coming to the South Pasadena community and to keep the vet story on the forefront. And certainly I heard that they had tears in their eyes, so this is good. And then we just need to get them to reach into their pocketbook. The other thing is I want to thank Dr. Miller and for helping sponsor some seats at the Asian Pacific Islander Disabilities Conference. It's 3 of our students received leadership awards, and some of our faculty and counselors were there to help celebrate. And then at the LACSTA meeting, we did a couple things. So one is December 18th is going to be the holiday party for LACSTA, and it'll be at the Standards Hotel, so please, everybody come. Yeah. So then, and I want to thank Trustees Brown and Selvage for being there to help us make the quorum and to vote. But also, at that meeting, we have formulated, or we've decided to move forward on 3 roundtables, which I think will be of great interest. One will be adult ed, which we need to have out before in the December timeline, since the December 31st, I think, is the 3rd phase of the adult ed reporting period. And I'll be asking the Chancellor's office, Dr. Deborah Jones, to see if she can come and do the presentation. But President Dreyfus from Rio Hondo has offered to host that, so I'll keep you all apprised of that. The other is on dual enrollment and middle college, high school roundtable and getting early college experience for our students. So that date has yet to be determined, but Assemblymember Holden will be working with us on that. And the 3rd roundtable, I've asked Dr. Mann to help chair, and that is on the foster youth projects. So she'll be working with various trustees in the county to put together a roundtable. And then I wanted to announce, for those of you who are going to the Rancho Mirage League Conference, on November 20th, the Asian American Caucus for the League will be kicking off our formal meeting, and that will be on November 20th at 1 o'clock. And I invite all the trustees and anyone else who is attending that conference to come join us. And then on the 21st, we will be hosting a workshop, and we'll be presenting the effects of the disaggregated data, which was a study done by UCLA, and the effects on the success of the Asian American student population.
Thank you. Ms. Brown?
Thank you. Well, I don't have any announcement, but I did want to acknowledge facilities for the excellent job that they're doing with those restrooms. Oh, my God. We went in there, I think I was in the female restroom, and as I was coming out, Trustee Martin looked at me and says, "Did you see those restrooms?" I said, "Yes, I did. They are beautiful." Well, I was in the female, he was in the male. So it is like a new day. But I must say, his comments were exactly the same as the young lady. We talked about it. He says, "Yeah, and we had the dryers and real cool." But he did mention the same exact thing this young lady said. So we do have to do something about that. But they are beautiful. Good job.
I have to say, just for Mr. Smith, we are planning to resolve all of those issues very quickly. This is one of those balancing between trying to be ecologically, green, trying to be more green, save some money, what have you. But between the noise and some other issues, there's things that we're working on to try to resolve that.
They're beautiful. The bathrooms are beautiful.
Yeah. And then the hooks and the shelving and all that stuff is on its way.
Mr. Thompson, explain yourself.
I just wanted to remind people that next Tuesday morning at 10:30 in front of Pasadena City Hall, we're going to be celebrating Veterans Day. There'll be a military flyover. The brochure says 11:11. That's not quite accurate. It's actually going to take place at 10:45, coming one direction. At 10:50, it'll go the opposite direction, so we'll get 2 passes of it. Speaker is going to be Colonel Peter Baumgarten of the Marine Corps, and it's going to be a fabulous event, as was last year, and Congresswoman Judy Chu, I think, is going to be there and make a few remarks, and so we really encourage not only all our veterans to come out and be a part of that, but all the rest of you as well. It's a great day to celebrate our veterans and to give thanks for all that's been done for our country.
Thank
Hope
you,
to
Mr.
see all of you
Thompson.
there, 10:30 in the morning in front of Pasadena City Hall.
Thank you. Dr. Selvage,
No report?
Mr. Lewis.
No reports.
I just wanted to mention this evening, I wanted to give some credit to the Pasadena Courier, the student newspaper here, which never spells my name correctly. They won 11 awards at the Community College Journalism Association, which is the most awards in the state of California for community college at Cal State Fullerton, and I congratulate you for that. You have before you the proposed future board meeting dates and any agenda items you would like to propose at this time. If not, this meeting is over. This is a historic day. This is the longest meeting in my 24 years of politics, so I will remember it.
Longest
Not with me
meeting,
here.
but you're a fighter.
No.